Yeah, I mean, win's a win. It wasn't pretty, wasn't the outcome that we wanted necessarily, but we fought to the end, kept our composure, and ultimately, that's all that mattered. We got the win. Yeah, no, just like you said, it's the culture that Coach Fritz has implemented here. It's the character of the guys that he brings in here. It's the leadership. It's staying composed on the sideline and playing complementary football. Piggybacking off. When the defense is down, we got to pick up their slack. When we're down, the defense got to pick up our slack. So I think that's something that we've done really well this year, and last year as well. Is that when one side of the ball is down, we got to pick up the slack, and I think that's what we've done here.
How much did it mean to score that last touchdown? You had the last score of the game after the 2 turnovers in the first half.
Yeah, no, it was fun. Needed to make a play there, and they played defense really well on the coverage, and just stepped up, saw the window, and took off. So good feeling.
This is the best that you've been on the ground since you come back?
Today, yeah, out of the brace, out of the tape, all that kind of stuff. So my body's feeling really good. Got to practice all week long. So just keeping up on that and feeling good with my legs has been big.
So do you see the way this game ended then for you guys as really more of a trend than anything else? If you look at USC game, Cincinnati game, Memphis last week, where it took momentum because of that. Is that kind of how you see it then?
Yeah, I mean, no matter the situation, you gotta fight all 4 quarters, and just like I said, it's the kind of guys that we have on our team that no matter what the situation is, it's the 1-0 mentality is control the controllable and do what we can to finish out the game.
You're more eligible after just 7 games. Do you think you've established a culture that will last here?
Yeah, absolutely. I think from the coaching staff to the recruits to the people here, it's great to have so many people coming out to the games, for the city to be fired up about the football that we play here. I think that's something that's going to continue to grow and continue to get even better throughout the years.
Thank you.
Awesome. Appreciate it.
Barker Honda. It's better at Barker. New Accord. Sleeker style, more performance. All new, bigger HRV. It's hot. All new Pilot. Honda's most rugged SUV ever. Civic, CRV, Passport, Odyssey. And with every new Honda purchase, the Honda Service Pass provides 2 years, 24,000 miles prepaid maintenance. Barker Honda in Houma. It's better at Barker.
My role model is probably my mom. She's just been there all my life, and she's just taught me really everything I know, and she's helped me through a lot of tough times. After I graduate from Houma Christian, I plan on going into mechanical engineering or sports management.
At South Louisiana Bank, we're great at banking, but we're great at a lot of other stuff too.
Is that a new rod and reel?
Hey, a girl's got a fish.
We care about the community we live in and the people we serve. We're not just like you. We are you.
Are you boiling crawfish?
No, just letting them soak.
We're proud to be here and work for the place and the people we love. South Louisiana Bank. It's in the name.
Thank you again for choosing Trapp Cadillac Chevrolet. Trapp Cadillac Chevrolet has been serving South Louisiana for over 50 years. That's right, 50 years. No matter how much Trapp has grown, you can count on hometown feel, friendly service every time you stop it. Our unmatched service and diverse Chevrolet, Cadillac, and pre-owned inventory has set us apart as the preferred car dealer in South Louisiana. We're also known for our outstanding auto repair service, changing your oil quickly and easy financing. We promise to always give the most in your auto buying experience here at Trapp Cadillac Chevrolet in Houma.
Cardiovascular Institute of the South is celebrating 40 years of delivering health care to our patients and communities. Founded by Dr. Craig Walker in 1983 and guided by a mission to provide the highest quality cardiovascular care available, CIS has pioneered hundreds of firsts to improve outcomes for cardiovascular diseases. Through new technology, virtual care, outpatient procedures, and national growth, CIS is improving lives and leading the way for advanced care and innovation.
You gotta try this.
and some of those. Ooh, and definitely that. You won't be disappointed, but just know you can only get it here. Up and down Louisiana's Cajun Bayou in Lafourche Parish. Y'all come visit. We're just 35 miles south of New Orleans. Hungry? Let's eat!
All right, and welcome back. A very special Bayou Time. I'm Martin Falls, and joining us now, of course, you know her by now, Terrebonne Parish Council Chair, Jessica Domingue, now running for state rep, and it's down to Jessica and Dirk Guidry in that race for state rep. And Jessica, good to see you. How are you?
Good, good. Good to see you too, Martin.
All right, so yeah, a lot of people know you now. So there's nothing that I can really ask you that would sort of enhance that. But just let's start off by just telling me, how's the campaign? You've been walking quite a bit. The parish gets really big when you go from council to a parish-wide seat, doesn't it?
Oh, absolutely, Martin. I mean, we're walking from Pontchartrain to Dulac to Dularge to Chauvin to Lisa Park. It's just such a huge area. But we've enjoyed it so much. We've had such a great time meeting the people of Terrebonne Parish, meeting the people of District 53. It's been a very humbling experience.
Yeah. Now let's talk about, I'm trying to, in 21 minutes, to let people get a pretty good idea of who you are. Your resume is pretty good. You know, as you look over your resume, Terrebonne Parish Council Chairwoman, resident 23 years. We'll go into some of these other things. But talk about a little bit about your husband and your kids. And one thing that really stuck out to me in this is that Child and Youth Trafficking Advisory Board, because I've done some shows on that, and a lot of people really don't know that we have a problem with that. We have a problem nationwide with that. But let's just start off in general. Your husband, your children.
Okay, yeah. So I'm a resident, 23 years, almost my entire life has been spent here in Terrebonne Parish. I'm married to Chris Domingue, and we have two beautiful daughters, Adelaide and Liliana. They're 9 and 11. They are my reason why I do absolutely everything, Martin, and the reason why I'm running for this office, because I want to make not only Terrebonne a better place, but I want to make the state of Louisiana a better place for our children. I am a licensed clinical social worker. I have a bachelor's degree from Nicholls State University, and I have a master's degree in social work from LSU. I currently am a licensed clinical social worker working at Stark Community Health Center. And so I've worked with hundreds, if not thousands, of people and families across Terrebonne Parish. And so I understand the complex needs that families and individuals have and that they face in a day-to-day basis. And having that expertise, I'm the only person in this race that has the clinical background and has the expertise to be able to go to Baton Rouge and really advocate for everyone's needs.
And I guess you could add you have a master's degree in politics now.
Yeah. Well, you know, Martin, I guess I do have somewhat of a master's degree in politics, but I still have a lot to learn. You know as well as I do. I've been here for 4 years. I ran 4 years ago because I wanted to make a difference in our community. I saw that we had a lot of problems. I live in the downtown area. And at that time, the downtown area was really a forgotten area. We had poor drainage. We had poor infrastructure. Our streets were deplorable. I represent areas of the east side to downtown, to Lisa Park. And it did seem as though this area was really forgotten. And we have put in so much work in downtown. And I think that speaks to leadership, the amount of projects we've been able to do, from drainage to infrastructure. Over $1 million worth of road panels have went into just our area in District 5. You've seen the progress we've made in our downtown area. We've had millions of dollars worth of drainage projects done, including the Goes Avenue pump station. And we have more coming too. There's more that's in engineering that will be hopefully followed up and completed next term. But we have worked tirelessly for the area that I represent, the small area I represent, District 5. And I just want to bring that work ethic to all of District 53 and be able to move that entire area into a better direction.
New governor coming in.
Yes.
Jeff Landry wins it in the first. How do you feel like some of the qualities you have, how do you feel like they would mesh well with the governor-elect? And what are some of the things, if y'all had a closed-door meeting today, what's some of the things you would talk to him about?
Well, the governor and I have a very good working relationship. I've met the governor several times. I am the only endorsed candidate in this race. I'm endorsed by the Republican Party, the state Republican Party. I'm endorsed by our local Republican Party. I'm also endorsed by almost every conservative organization in the state of Louisiana, which means a lot, Martin. And it means a lot to Republicans and it means a lot to conservatives that you have someone that goes to Baton Rouge with your values. So I'll be able to work very well with Jeff Landry, but I'll also be able to bring a new voice and bring a fresh perspective. And if I had a closed door meeting with Jeff Landry today, I would talk to him about our mental health crisis. I would talk to him about our opioid crisis. I would talk to him about the struggles of our fishermen. I would talk to him about our need for disaster preparedness in the state of Louisiana, because you and I both know that the disaster master plan that the state of Louisiana has did not quite work during Hurricane Ida. And so I think that just bringing all of those pieces to the floor is so important, and having that experience on the council and and having this experience as a social worker makes me unique in the fact that I will be able to bring those different perspectives.
I'm glad you brought up opioids, because when we come back from the break, let's talk a little bit about that, because as you know, Terrebonne's had a problem. Not only Terrebonne, I mean, it's everywhere really in the nation, but with your background, I'm curious to know, as maybe you have some ideas you could bring to a state level. So we'll take a short break right here on Bayou Time. More with state rep candidate Jessica Domingue. Don't go away.
You gotta try this. And some of those. Ooh, and definitely that. You won't be disappointed, but just know you can only get it here. Up and down Louisiana's Cajun Bayou in Lafourche Parish. Y'all come visit. We're just 35 miles south of New Orleans. Hungry? Let's eat!
Hi, I'm Rhonda Alford, your host for To Your Health with Terrebonne General Health System. Our weekly show provides the latest in healthcare specialties only offered by Terrebonne General. Join us each Wednesday at 7 p.m. to stay up to date with the latest innovations in health. Terrebonne General provides healthcare breakthroughs in cardiology, cancer care, women's health, health and wellness, and much more. You don't want to miss our next To Your Health. See you then.
Hi, I'm Martin False, the owner of HTV, and I just wanted to thank my team, because each and every day we come in not always looking for the negative stories. We look for the positive stories. We have so many positive people and events that shape our area. So when you're tired of all the bad things happening in the world, tune into HTV for a little positive attitude. Thanks for viewing, and thanks to a great staff.
Welcome to the Cypress Stop, your new Phillips 66 on the corner of 311 and Savannah Road. We have all your breakfast, lunch, and dinner needs with smoked ribs, smoked chicken, boudin, homemade pulled pork, and daily plate lunches. We have a very large selection of white wines, red wines, liquors, beer, tobacco, and vapes. Going fishing? We have your bait and tackle and the ice to keep your catch cool. Cypress Stop, home of the happy customer.
And welcome back. I'm Martin False with our council chairwoman, Jessica Domingue, who's running for State Rep District 53. And we're going to be chatting with all kind of candidates, 21 minutes. We're going to give them each 21 minutes. I'm glad you brought up the opioid. It's a crisis. We've been in a crisis for some time now. With your background, what do you think you could bring to Baton Rouge? Because we all know that locally, if you bring an opioid crisis, I'm not saying it falls on deaf ears, but there's really no leverage locally to get a whole lot done until you get to the state level. What would you bring to Baton Rouge to where they would get it and we would see some results?
Right. As you know, I work at Stark Community Health Center. I'm a licensed clinical social worker, and this is what we see day in and day out, is these mental health crises. In 2022 alone, we had a 103% increase in opioid deaths in Terrebonne Parish. This is statistics coming from the coroner. And so it's touching each and every one of us in one way or another. I'll share with you, Martin, my mother died of a heroin overdose. And so it touches me as well. And so I can be empathetic with people and understand where they're coming from. The problem is multifaceted. It's not just one thing or another. It's the fact that we have a lack of mental health resources across the state of Louisiana. The first thing in budget cuts, it seems to be mental health and resources for children. And so we need people to go and sit at the table in these budget debates and say, you know what, there might be a better and more effective way that we can utilize the monies that we're giving. I work at a FQHC, which is a federally qualified health center, and it's actually the model that should be used across the nation because it's more cost effective in providing services to more individuals. Another thing that happens quite regularly is because we don't have resources for those with severe to profound mental illnesses like depression, anxiety, bipolar disorder, schizophrenia, these real severe mental illnesses, they ended up getting in the criminal justice system. And so I've met so many people at the clinic, and I've done assessments on people who, their son or daughter may have bipolar disorder, schizophrenia, and they get themselves in trouble. They go to jail. They don't get what they need in jail, and then they get out on the street, and they don't get medicated, and then they're right back, and it's a revolving door. And so that's the population that we really need to hone in on because our clinic-based services work well for our mild to moderate symptoms and people with those mental illnesses. But when it gets to those severe people, and people tell you, like, my son or daughter, they never get what they truly need. And I see this all the time at the clinic. And so as far as being able to provide a model, I think that's really what we need to focus on. And so I look forward to having those conversations in Baton Rouge to see where we can find a cost-effective way to provide services for people that are in distress. Not only that, we have a housing crisis. That also brings, people's psychological state down. People become more depressed because they don't have housing. So it's just so many different levels. And like I said earlier, it's a multifaceted. And so we really need to sit down and look at all the pieces because as a social worker, we look at person and environment. You can't just fix one piece of the puzzle without fixing the entire puzzle. And so that's really what we need to look at in Terrebonne Parish is how can we look at the entire puzzle and see where we can fix things so that it can be whole again.
One of the pieces of that environment now, hate to say it, is insurance because people, I'm sure you're probably seeing a lot of people who don't know how they're going to make their mortgage now because the insurance is bigger than the mortgage and it's got people in a panic. You're going to have a big voice in Baton Rouge. What do you plan to bring to Baton Rouge on that accord?
Well, first and foremost, it's relationships, and so I've already formed a relationship with our new insurance commissioner, Tim Temple, and so we've started those conversations, and I've talked to him about the struggles that people are having here in Terrebonne Parish, and I think it's going to be work. We're going to have to sit down. We're going to have to look at other states. We're going to see what works in other states and other areas. Why does it work in Florida and Texas, and it doesn't work in Louisiana? It's because we have a lot of issues here in Louisiana. Tort reform is number one. I know you and I have had this conversation before, but we've got to get rid of these frivolous lawsuits if we're going to move Louisiana in a better direction. Why don't new insurance companies want to invest? It's because they're scared of being sued. And so until we deal with tort reform, nothing in nothing in the state of Louisiana is going to move forward. That's number one. We also need to create a better business environment in the state of Louisiana. We need to lower the corporate income tax level. We also need to eliminate or lower the personal tax responsibility for individuals, because we pay some of the highest taxes in the nation, and people just don't want to invest here anymore. And so we've got a lot of work to do, and we absolutely need good people to be in Baton Rouge to be able to advocate for us.
All right, we're going to take a short break, and when I come back, I want to dive into the seafood industry. And I learned something new in every interview. Last interview I did with you, I didn't realize your close ties in the seafood industry. So let's do this. We'll take a short break. We'll come right back with our final segment with state rep candidate. She's also the council chair here in Terrebonne Parish, Jessica Domingue. We'll be right back.
Every day, thousands of people hit the road heading towards their dreams. But sometimes those dreams collide with a harsh reality. Auto accidents with 18-wheelers can change lives in an instant. That's why you need the experience and expertise of St. Martin & Bourke. With over 50 years of experience, St. Martin & Bourke have fought for justice for the victims of truck accidents.
If you've been in a wreck with an 18-wheeler, know your rights.
Call St. Martin & Bourke today to schedule your free consultation.
At South Louisiana Bank, we're great at banking, but we're great at a lot of other stuff too.
Is that a new rod and reel?
Hey, a girl's got a fish.
We care about the community we live in and the people we serve. We're not just like you. We are you.
Are you boiling crawfish?
No, just letting them soak.
We're proud to be here and work for the place and the people we love. South Louisiana Bank. It's in the name.
I was coaching softball at Vanderbilt and was the athletic director at Vanderbilt. We won 5 state championships in a row. We won 118 ball games in a row, which is still a national record, I think a high school record. Martin really began HTV by coming over to Vanderbilt and filming some of our softball games. I've been named to, I think, 4 Hall of Fames, the Vanderbilt Catholic High Hall of Fame, the Softball Hall of Fame in the state of Louisiana, the Coaches Hall of Fame in the state of Louisiana, the Bayou Region Hall of Fame. And I would have never got those awards and notoriety if it wouldn't have been for HTV. And I'm very appreciative of that.
All right, welcome back. We are still with Ms. Jessica Domingue. She is council chair here in Terrebonne Parish and also a candidate in District 53 state rep. Okay, final segment, Jessica. I want to talk about the seafood industry. You know, in your district, of course, very, very big. Mm-hmm. And I still go to restaurants, and it's a habit now. I go, where's your shrimp from? Mm-hmm. Where's your seafood from? I don't know if everybody does that, but they should. I'm sure you've been hearing a lot of that when you walk. And what are your thoughts on that? And what can you do to help the plight of those that make their living in that industry?
Yeah, and we're all empathetic to our local fishermen. They've had such a difficult time. You know, the low price of shrimp and the high cost of fuel has made it almost impossible for people to have a living fishing and doing those things. So we absolutely need people to go to Baton Rouge and to advocate for them. In 2019, it's very interesting as I'm learning more about this. In 2019, there were laws passed in the legislature that stated that every restaurant has to say where their seafood is from. All right, it has to be printed. Now, we know that does not happen everywhere. We're talking grocery stores, anywhere that sells seafood. Do you know, Martin, that although these laws were passed in 2019, there hasn't been one fine implemented since 2019? We're talking 2023.
Right.
So we have the laws. Why aren't we implementing the laws, right? So I think that's where we need to start. We need to start with that conversation. Why aren't we implementing the laws that we have to pass? As far as imports and as far as trade, those are all guided by the federal government, right? That's in Washington. And we have a really good relationship with our local, with our federal delegation. So if I have to go to Washington to advocate for our seafood industry, I will. But we also need to remember that on a state level, there's so many things that we could do, but when the rest of it is all on a federal level.
I do know that when the federal elected officials, they want to make a decision, they call the reps.
Exactly.
They call the senators. So
right.
Jessica, what are you hearing? So
absolutely.
So let's do this with about 4.5 minutes left. Legacy lawsuits.
Yes.
Don't care which side anybody's on in Terrebonne Parish. Naturally, some people are going to be on one side, some on the other side. But if you're fortunate enough to win this position, where would you be on the side of legacy lawsuits?
I would be on the side of Terrebonne Parish, and that is completely against legacy lawsuits. And legacy lawsuits, we talked about some reasons why the state of Louisiana is behind every other state is because of legacy lawsuits. There's no room for legacy lawsuits, and we have got to work to eliminate these legacy lawsuits, because the more they continue, the less we're going to have business investment in our areas. And so there's not a place for it. And I can tell you, Martin, I have never been a proponent for legacy lawsuit. I have never been to secret meetings about legacy lawsuits. I have stayed as far away from the legacy lawsuits as I possibly can, because I think it's not good for Terrebonne Parish, and I think that people really need to do their research before they vote in this election, because it is so important that we have the right people that's on the right side of Terrebonne Parish.
All right, let me ask you this, because you, as a council chair, y'all deal with a $248 million budget.
Yes.
Every year in Terrebonne Parish. So I guess it's good practice for somebody to be on the council. Both you and Dirk Guidry are on the council. Y'all both deal with that same budget. But the budget gets much bigger as you go to the state of Louisiana. So just talk a little bit about what would make you qualified to handle those budgets, work within, you don't control all of them. The governor has the veto power too, but what would make you qualified to handle that big of a budget?
Well, we have handled a big budget here in Terrebonne Parish, and we've been very fiscally responsible. And I am fiscally responsible. I'll continue to be fiscally responsible. Part of being a conservative is being fiscally responsible. So we're going to make sure that we spend wisely. And I know for a fact that we're going to have to cut some things, and we're going to have to make some difficult decisions as far as the state of Louisiana. There may be some decisions made that not everybody likes. But I will be sure to be transparent about every decision that is made. And everyone who knows me and everyone who works with me knows that transparency is number one. People always say, Jessica, why are you the only one that says anything about anything? And it's because I think transparency is so important. So I will continue that message, and I will continue to be open and honest with people. And I'll have my door open too. If anything happens as far as the state, they can call me, but there are going to be some difficult decisions that are made as far as our budget, and so I feel as though you need to make sure you're trusting who's going to go to Baton Rouge for you.
What about a minute left, and I do appreciate you taking time out of your busy schedule. Anything said on the campaign trail that you would like the people to know are correct?
Well, no,
we would need a whole show, right?
Yeah. Moving forward, there will not be any mudslinging from the Jessica Domingue campaign. I know there's been mudslinging in other areas, but it won't be coming from me. I always try to be open and honest with people. If there's something you hear or something that's said, I encourage you to call me. That way we can set the record straight, because that's the best way to really kind of open that dialogue rather than just hearing word on the street. Call me. The only reason I'm doing this and the only reason I'm running for this office is because I want to make Terrebonne Parish and the state of Louisiana a better place for my children and a better place for our children. I'm not getting any benefits from this whatsoever. This is just because I want what's better and what's best for our parish.
All right. Jessica, thank you for joining us. We appreciate your time. Once again, Jessica Dome, candidate for state rep, District 53.
Structural heart disease refers to a defect in the heart's valves, walls, or chambers that keeps the heart from pumping blood properly. Valve or structural heart problems may be present at birth or develop over time. Your risk increases if you have high blood pressure, plaque buildup, history of heart attack, take certain medications, or have certain heart infections. The Structural Heart Program at CIS and Terrebonne General provides innovative solutions and devices with the latest technology to bring the best possible outcomes for patients. Learn more at cardio.com.
Hi, I'm Councilwoman Jessica Domang, and today we're going to talk about school zone safety.
Drivers are required to yield to pedestrians in a crosswalk. Always stop when someone is in the road and wait for them to cross completely before proceeding. Follow the speed limit and always stop when school buses are picking up and dropping off students.
Keeping students safe is a community responsibility, so let's all do our part.
Terrebonne General Health System is the largest healthcare resource in southeast Louisiana, offering a high-tech and high-touch style of healing. World-renowned services include cardiology, women's health, cancer care, and a healthy lifestyle center.
This is a true calling for all the physicians, nurses, and staff who make up our proud Terrebonne General family. We are here to provide healthcare for our community.
To discover more, please visit tghealthsystem.com.
Domestic violence is daunting, and the psychological effects can do enduring damage. Obviously, all abuse needs to end. But how? The Terrebonne Parish District Attorney's Office is dedicated to ending domestic violence and helping those who have already experienced it. Our office supports many programs that educate and adjudicate abuse towards women. If you are a victim of abuse, call the Terrebonne Parish District Attorney's Office at 873-6500.
There are trucks, and then there's the GMC Sierra. Available with the connected driving experience. And the world's first 6-function multi-pro tailgate. GMC Sierra. It's the truck. Or get $3,500 purchase cash on select 2023 Sierra models. Or get a total of $6,000 purchase allowance when you trade in an eligible vehicle.
Here at South Louisiana Bank, we know the importance of working together as a team.
We're always here for you when you need a loan. By the way, here's that crawfish paddle you needed. You can borrow it anytime.
So whether it's business or personal banking, we do it all. Visit our locations to find out how we can support your financial needs.
Good luck with the restaurant.
Thank you. And tell your mama thanks for the recipe. Her secret's safe with me.
I will.
South Louisiana Bank. It's better when we bank together.
Hi, I'm Martin False, the owner of HTV, and I just wanted to thank my team because each and every day we come in not always looking for the negative stories. We look for the positive stories. We have so many positive people and events that shape our area. So when you're tired of all the bad things happening in the world, tune into HTV for a little positive attitude. Thanks for viewing, and thanks to a great staff.
Welcome to the Cypress Stop, your new Phillips 66 on the corner of 311 and Savannah Road. We have all your breakfast, lunch, and dinner needs with smoked ribs, smoked chicken, boudin, homemade pulled pork, and daily plate lunches. We have a very large selection of white wines, red wines, liquors, beer, tobacco, and vapes. Going fishing? We have your bait and tackle and the ice to keep your catch cool. Cypress Stop, home of the happy customer.
Structural heart disease refers to a defect in the heart's valves, walls, or chambers that keeps the heart from pumping blood properly. Valve or structural heart problems may be present at birth or develop over time. Your risk increases if you have high blood pressure, plaque buildup, history of heart attack, take certain medications, or have certain heart infections. The Structural Heart Program at CIS and Terrebonne General provides innovative solutions and devices with the latest technology to bring the best possible outcomes for patients. Learn more at cardio.com.
Domestic violence is daunting, and the psychological effects can do enduring damage. Obviously, all abuse needs to end. But how? The Terrebonne Parish District Attorney's Office is dedicated to ending domestic violence and helping those who have already experienced it. Our office supports many programs that educate and adjudicate abuse towards women. If you are a victim of abuse, call the Terrebonne Parish District Attorney's Office at 873-6500.
All right, we are back meeting the candidates, and as we promised, try to give everybody their 21 minutes to come up here and tell us about the campaign and what's going on. And our next guest, no stranger, also Dirk Guidry, been on the Terrebonne Parish Council and served at the top on that council for many years, and he's a candidate for state rep, District 53. And Councilman Guidry, good to see you.
Good to see you, Martin. It's beautiful weather outside.
Yeah.
Rougarou did great, so the parish is looking forward. And I mean, with the little deal we had last night at the right here downtown, it was beautiful.
Nice to politic a little bit in this kind of weather.
It is. I mean, a lot better than 105 degrees walking the streets.
Yeah, no doubt. And same thing I asked Jessica. Y'all have dealt with a $248 million budget for a long time, give or take a couple of pennies here and there. In a 4-year span, that's $1 billion. So I know budgets don't scare you. Y'all both been on the council. What kind of advantage would that give you if elected to bring to Baton Rouge when you're starting to count the pennies and move the money around and try to get your voice heard? What kind of advantage would that give you?
Well, more than there's going to be we're going through the 12th budget, the 11th budget that I've been on the council, and we get to look at different places where we could put the monies in priority, make sure everybody's taken care of, they can be taken care of, make sure our roads, our bridges, and everything's taken care of. But I've been looking at the budget for all these years. I'm quite familiar with how to do the budget, so I know it's a lot different in Baton Rouge, a lot more dollar bills. So we're going to go in there, we're going to work, and I know this coming time is nothing fiscal, so that'll come up on the next year. So
you're right, just a few more zeros. Huh?
Right, yeah, just a lot more zeros.
All right, so y'all have all been through the roads. People want roads fixed, and for the longest time, y'all could say on the council, or Mr. Dove could say, that's a state road. When you get to be state rep, that's a state road.
It's a state road.
Yeah, so you have to deal with it on a state level. What could you see yourself doing that would better the roads and bridges in this area, and what kind of voice would you bring?
Well, Martin, since Sean Wilson stepped down from DOTD, we've seen a little bit of improvement going on around the parish. There's been a lot more grass cutting. I've never had one person complaining about the grass this year, but they are complaining about the highways. We'll just have to work with the new DOTD secretary and stress our problems that we have in Terrebonne Parish. But, it's not just a Terrebonne Parish problem. It's a state problem. I think we like $14 billion in road and bridge projects in the state. So we're just going to have somebody go into Baton Rouge to fight to make sure that our district gets our fair share of monies.
Yeah, because when you hit the state line in Louisiana, you're here.
Oh, for sure, Martin. Yeah, I mean, it's been like this for years, and it's just getting worse. I keep getting complaints about the holes by Clendenning Road. Mm-hmm. And Martin, I tell you, I've talked to DOTD. I'm on the MPO committee, and I've showed them videos where a car was stopped at a red light, and a truck with a trailer passes into that hole right there, and the wheel comes off the trailer and hits the car in the rear. So it's stuff like this. I mean, and by the Dularge Bridge, there's problems there. But I think last week they were grinding down some of the humps on Highway 57. So we get a little bit of improvement here and there. But with a new DOTD and new legislature, we hope to solve these problems.
Yeah. little bit about your past. I've had you on the program a few times, and always thank you for being a veteran.
Thank you, sir.
That's important that we remember. Always remember that. But a little bit about yourself, and what kind of committees or what kind of organizations did you belong to that sort of prepped you for being a state rep?
More now, I belong to the American Legion, Knights of Columbus, Chauvin Lions Club. I've been into the community for quite a few years since I'm in my late 20s, early 30s, and I've seen the problems that we have. And I think a lot of these problems we're getting solved, but there's still a lot of ways to go. Hopefully after all these, we get money from FEMA, that we could do a lot of these problems in the parish. But I am community-minded, Martin, and you know my ordeal that I went through with Hurricane Ida. 35 days I worked at the Ward 7 without ever taking a break. I was awarded an American flag from the Texas Fallen for my work I did. I was awarded at a full military ceremony another medal that I received from the Missouri National Guard. The Small Business Association, I was working with them and seeing the hard work I did. They put me up for an award in Washington, the Phoenix Award. So I didn't get that award. It went to the mayor of Lake Charles. I'm glad it went to him because he got that for 2 hurricanes. I just got nominated for 1. So I've worked very hard for my community, Martin, and I'm proud of everything I've done. I've brought in over $100 million worth of projects to Chauvin area and East Homicide. So I love what I'm doing, and that's why I'm running for the office, so I can keep bringing monies down to our people and fight for our peoples.
You know, you make a good point. Y'all take a lot of the monies that our state legislation brings in, and Parish President Gordon Dove's done it, I got to be fair, done a tremendous job of bringing lobbying monies in here along with the legislation, along with the council. Got to give you all a lot of credit, too. But now you're going to be on that state level lobbying every other parish to get a chunk of that money. You ready for that? That's a different game, huh?
I'm ready for it because we need to bring some more monies in. And the delegation that we've had for the last few years have done a great job bringing monies in here. We just need to make friends with all these other legislatures, and you got to give and take a little bit more. It's not all just coming to Terrebonne. I mean, there's 64 parishes, and we need to make sure everybody gets theirs, but we need to make sure we get the most.
But we want it all in Terrebonne, Lafourche, and St. Mary, right?
Sure.
Assumption.
For sure.
We want to be greedy, huh?
No, not greedy, but 3/4 of it would be nice, Martin.
All right, let's do this. We'll take a short break. We'll come right back. Dirk Guidry is a candidate for state rep, District 53. Don't go away.
Drive hometown luxury for less at Terrebonne Lincoln. Take $4,000 off the MSRP of a new Lincoln Navigator. Or get $3,000 off a new Lincoln Nautilus. That's hometown luxury for less at Terrebonne Lincoln in Houma.
Give where you live. The Terrebonne Church's United Food Bank.
There are trucks, and then there's the GMC Sierra. Available with the connected driving experience. And the world's first 6-function multi-pro tailgate. GMC Sierra. It's the truck. Or get $3,500 purchase cash on select 2023 Sierra models. Or get a total of $6,000 purchase allowance when you trade in an eligible vehicle.
Since 1911, the Pierre Parts Store has been your one-stop shop. Family owned and operated for 4 generations, the Pierre Parts Store has served the community by providing groceries, hardware, home products, and much more, including a full-service lumber yard. Now, we've added the Thibodaux store to the family with the same values and service we've delivered for over 100 years. The Pierre Parts Store and the Thibodaux store, our family serving your family.
Thank you again for choosing Trapp Cadillac Chevrolet. Trapp Cadillac Chevrolet has been serving South Louisiana for over 50 years. That's right, 50 years. No matter how much Trapp has grown, you can count on hometown feel, friendly service every time you stop it. Our unmatched service and diverse Chevrolet, Cadillac, and pre-owned inventory has set us apart as the preferred car dealer in South Louisiana. We're also known for our outstanding auto repair service, changing your oil quickly and easy financing. We promise to always give the most in your auto buying experience here at Trapp Cadillac Chevrolet in Houma.
Hi, I'm Martin False, the owner of HTV, and I just wanted to thank my team because each and every day we come in not always looking for the negative stories. We look for the positive stories. We have so many positive people and events that shape our area. So when you're tired of all the bad things happening in the world, tune into HTV for a little positive attitude. Thanks for viewing, and thanks to a great staff.
Drive hometown luxury for less at Barker Mazda in Houma. Get 1.9% financing plus take $1,000 off a new Mazda CX-5. That's right, get 1.9% financing plus take $1,000 off a new Mazda CX-5 at Barker Mazda in Houma.
All right, we are back, and of course, we are allowing our channel to interview everybody we can get in here. Right now, we're on State Representative 53. We're talking with Councilman Dirk Guidry, and I want to get to the opioid crisis. It's a question I'm asking everybody because the opioid, although we have fantastic people and organizations trying to help out, it all starts at a state and a federal level. Really, federal brings it to state. What could you do to sort of amplify the awareness in this area that we're having problems with?
Well, Martin, opioid addiction is a very, very big problem in Terrebonne Parish, and it stimulates crime. We need to do something about the opioids so we can reduce the crime rate in Terrebonne Parish. But we need to work with the federal government, stop people crossing these borders with all these drugs. That's one of our biggest problems. If you see how many people die, over 100,000 people die a year from opioid overdoses. That's more than died in the whole Vietnam War. So it's sad. Why are all these guys that were picketing these poor soldiers coming back from Vietnam? Why aren't they picketing right now to stop 100,000 young adults from dying every year? We've been on the parish council. We passed a deal where we sued the opioid companies for the poison that they're putting out on the streets. And one thing I did, Martin, when I knew it was going to pass the council, and it was a no-brainer to pass the council, but I made sure that the monies that we receive in Terrebonne Parish go straight to drug abuse and mental illness. So that's the two things. And I think we just got a check for $600,000 from one of our lawsuits. So that's a great thing, but we really, really need to stop the drug. And one thing we need to do, and it might not be, it pertains to this, but we need new jail. We need a new jail, Martin, I was talking to the sheriff, with about at least 2,000 beds, because what's happening is they put people in jail, there's not enough place to put them. So come Thursday or Friday, they got to let some of these guys out of jail so they can put a new crop in.
And I think this money's on the way coming for that, right?
Yes. And I'm going to make sure that when getting to Baton Rouge that we can get that done. But another thing that we need to do is we need to have a crime lab, a real crime lab where we can do DNA and all that, because I was talking to the sheriff last week. Sometimes, even if with a murder thing, sometimes it takes up to 5 to 6 months to get DNA. So that's sad. I mean, how many more murders can they commit? How many more crimes can they commit in this? And it could be a crime lab for Terrebonne, LaFouche, St. Mary, Assumption, St. Charles, because there's only one crime lab in the whole state of Louisiana. It's in Baton Rouge. So we need to see about doing that. And I think by doing this, it'll slow down the opioids. But it's sad when you're seeing all these young guys and girls that I knew for years, that the shape they look in now, Martin. They're great people, but they got hooked on their drugs, and it's just sad for the families to have to go through it. And
they're one miscalculation away from being dead.
Exactly.
No other way to put it, really.
And most of the time all the time when the guys get hit up with these drugs to bring them back, they don't understand they're dead.
Yeah.
They are dead, and they just don't understand that, I don't believe, because some of them jump up and swear that they never did drugs. It's just a bad epidemic that we're going through.
Let's move on to the seafood industry. Been talking with everybody, and the lieutenant governor said on this program, he said, Martin, there's not been one fine issued for people not marking their seafood correctly. He said stores are supposed to label it. They don't label it. Places, restaurants are supposed to label it. You're running in seafood country out there. What are you hearing from the fishermen, and what would be your stance on it?
Martin, we had at lunchtime in my restaurant today, that was the conversation. It was about the seafood industry. Most of these big boats, they tied up. They cannot go make a living right now. A 21, 25-pound shrimp that they're getting paid from the dock is 60 cents a pound. You could buy 2 pounds of shrimp or 1 can of Vienna sausage for the same price. It's sad. These guys work hard. That's what they want to do for a living. But we need to go to Baton Rouge and fight for them. I know it's not all Baton Rouge's problems. It's Washington's problem also. But we need to get with all the legislatures from all the Gulf Coast states, East Coast, and some of the West Coast, and stick together and form a coalition and see about bringing down these imports. We need to test them more, the shrimp. There's steroids in our shrimp, something that you're supposed to have zero. But what they're doing is if a ship comes into New Orleans and is tested with antibiotic steroids, it's put back on the ship and it goes to somewhere else. But when it comes to the United States, if it's tested with antibiotic steroids, it should be destroyed. So,
how about making the fines stiffer?
For sure, especially in these restaurants and all, and in some of these factories too, Martin, they'll take foreign shrimp, pond-raised shrimp, and they'll mix it in boxes with American shrimp and call it American shrimp and send it out, I know a couple of them that's doing it as we speak.
And that's just wrong at all levels.
It's wrong at all. You're cheating the people. Yeah. And, it's just go out and eat American shrimp. But the deal is, Martin, like I was talking to some of these guys, they hunt out in Kentucky and they hunt out in Illinois and all, and you can't find a wild-caught shrimp. It's all pond-raised or imports. So something needs to be done about it. And I know we can't just fill the needs for the whole United States, but maybe we could get our government to buy our shrimp for the military, for all these restaurants, for the Pentagon. That would help us out a whole lot if they could do this.
All right, let's take a short break. We'll be right back with Councilman Dirk Guidry. Once again, he is running for that representative race, District 53. We'll be right back with our third and final segment. Don't go away.
Take advantage of record high gold prices by getting the most for your gold and silver at Vintage Jewelry Company in Houma. Our professionals evaluate your items while you wait for free. Most transactions take 10 minutes or less. So search through your jewelry box today and bring it into Vintage Jewelry Company, because even this little bit of gold is worth over $500. You can come to Vintage Jewelry Company for the highest prices and most honest service. Located at 5951 West Main Street in Houma.
Here at Rouse's, we have our own brands of products, which you'll find down every aisle of our stores. These are the best quality at the best price. They compare to the national brands we sell, but at a lower cost. Most are made right here, but we travel the world too. And we personally taste test and guarantee every item. So if our name's on the label, you can trust it's good. Rouse's brand, best quality at the best price.
Here at South Louisiana Bank, we know the importance of working together as a team.
We're always here for you when you need a loan. By the way, here's that crawfish powder you needed. You can borrow it anytime.
So whether it's business or personal banking, we do it all. Visit our locations to find out how we can support your financial needs.
Good luck with the restaurant.
Thank you. And tell your mama thanks for the recipe. Her secret's safe with me.
I will.
South Louisiana Bank. It's better when we bank together.
Great news, Houma businesses. We're here. We are Rev, a telecommunications provider with powerful solutions and unmatched local support. We've been bringing Louisiana people, businesses, and culture together for 85 years. Our fiber network delivers superior internet, phone, and security. It's big business technology with small business personal service.
For a limited time, get up to $300 off business services. Call or visit us today at letsrev.biz.
This is a 2023 Ford F-150 Power Boost Hybrid, and its 7.2 kilowatt onboard generator is powerful enough to run an entire camper. That's impressive. And its 3.5 liter full hybrid turbocharged V6 engine can take you 700 miles on a single tank of gas. That's really impressive. And right now you can drive one home for just $550 a month. Well, that just makes sense. Come see us at Terrebonne Ford in Houma, because Terrebonne Ford delivers.
West Park Self-Storage is a state-of-the-art storage facility with clean, convenient, and secure climate-controlled storage. Our professional storage counselors are here to assist you with all your storage needs. We now offer after-hour access, and you can access your unit 7 days a week. We also have parking for RVs, boats, and cars with 24-hour access. West Park Storage would like to thank you for 20 years of business.
All right, welcome back. Once again, we are with Councilman Dirk Guidry, and he is a candidate for State Representative District 53. And let's jump to legacy lawsuits. That's been a big item. We've heard so much about in the last few years, the parish involved in legal, been in the courtroom quite a bit with legacy lawsuits. If you're elected state rep, what would your stand be on legacy lawsuits in the state and for this area?
I'm not suing, Martin. I'm not going to vote to sue all companies. This is our bread and butter in Terrebonne Parish and Lafourche Parish. So if we try to scare these companies off, they're going to go to Texas, they'll go somewhere else. But, you know, it's just not the oil companies that created this problem. This problem started in the 1920s when they dammed off the Mississippi River, while we didn't keep getting sediment coming down here. It started by fishermen or dug hunters, by building trenhouses in the marshes and let the waters come. Boudreaux Canal was a trenhouse, if you don't understand and what it is. 200 foot wide right now. So it's a lot of different things that caused the oil companies and all that to get suits filed against them. But I'm totally against legacy lawsuits. We think we can't run all companies out of Terrebonne Parish. It's you know, there's quite a few factors, you know, that are losing our islands, you know, where the fresh water comes in. And I know, you know, how can you go back when we gave them a permit to do something in the 1950s and come back and sue them 75 years later? You know, it's just not right, Martin. And I think if you leave some of our oil companies alone, they'll come back and give us some money, you know. So, I mean, Freeport-McMoran was willing to give us $100 million. So let's give some of these oil companies a chance. We got Shell Oil that just gave us 4,000-something acres. So they're kind of repaying it back, but our coast is dwindling. We need to put rocks on our barrier islands. There's a lot of things we need to do, but it seems like people are finally starting to wake up to it. Morganza's doing a great job, but legacy lawsuits, Martin, I'll never, no. It's...
Let's switch subjects a little bit. When you're on the state level, you'll be dealing with a lot of, you know, pushing for budgets for Nicholls State University, for Fletcher, here in the area. What kind of voice would you be for those institutions?
A big voice, Martin. We need education. That's one of our main problems. We need to educate our young kids. I know we just we're buying the bank building down here downtown. They're going to have Fletcher's going to have a little business school in there. Fletcher's also doing a little bit of work with the Houma Terrebonne Airport, where we're bringing in these drones aircraft. That's something that hardly has been talked about on this campaign trail by anyone. It's supposed to bring in, it's a drone project, and there's only 7 places in the whole United States that can have unmanned aircraft flying into one, and Terrebonne is one, because one of the rules is it can't take over and land over a residence. So we have between Grand Kai and Milkai, we have a big area of marsh. It's supposed to employ up to 1,040 people. Nicholls is starting to train people on these aircraft. So one of the biggest wingspan aircraft that's coming in, a drone, unmanned, is 131 foot, you know. So
wow,
it's huge. There's going to be a huge improvement to the east side of
And
home.
we have the largest helicopter
Largest.
base, I think, in the nation.
In the nation. There's more
Yeah.
flights going out in and out of there than anywhere in the world at the Houma Terrebonne Airport. And I've seen they move BP's parking lot, so I think there's another tenant getting ready to come into the airport. It's not been known yet, but I'm pretty sure that's the reason behind doing this. But Fletcher and Nichols, I mean, it's so close. My little girl graduated from the Fletcher with an associate's degree, and then she went to Nichols and got her regular degree.
And our
So
airport commission does a great
they
job.
do a great job, Martin. They do an outstanding job.
Let's talk about medical. We went through Ida. We saw with COVID, death of the nursing staffs. And you have very good CEOs at these institutions that when you look at Terrebonne General, when you look at Thibodeau, when you look at Ochsner, when you look at just all the area, which you'll be representing a large portion of those areas, but you really can't differentiate. When you give medically, you got to sort of give it to everybody. How important is it that, and it's like I was telling one of the Senate candidates, when you lose a medical institution in your own city, you will lose the city. So what would you do as a voice for the medical institutions?
First of all, I make sure the Terrebonne General and Chabert are fortified as good as they can to prevent damages from becoming at the hospitals. We just need to, and Phillips people and all did a great job. I mean, they had a destroyed hospital. They kept it open. Chabert had a messed up hospital. We kept it open. And, you know, we had to keep these hospitals open. Some of them are training institutions. So, and if we would have closed down the hospitals totally, we'd have lost that accreditation. And it would have took years for us to get accredited to bring back and be teaching hospitals. But yes, we need to, one of the big things is we need to fortify these hospitals, Martin, make sure, and we know it's just a matter of time when we have another hurricane. I just hope it's not in my lifetime, but it's coming down the road. But we need to fortify these hospitals because it would hurt the community when you're seeing all these ambulances come and pick up all these patients and leaving town, you know. And then the families are separated from the patients. They don't know where they went to. I mean, it was during COVID. It was just a big mess, Martin, you know.
Yeah, no doubt. We sat on his desk.
And
seemed
coming
like
back
forever.
with COVID, I would never, ever vote to shut everybody down again like they did. I think it was the wrong move that they did. My restaurant, we never enforced COVID rules. I had masks. We had hand sanitizers. If you decided you wanted to use it, use it. This is America, Martin.
Mm-hmm.
And we need to give the people the choice. And that's what I think our government right now is doing. They're taking our freedoms away from us. But I would never, ever agree to shut down business like we did. And it hurt our education system.
All right. Dirk, we appreciate you coming by, and thank you for getting in the race. I thank everyone for getting in the race. It's a big feat. And once again, Dirk Guidry, he's a candidate for State Representative, District 53. We'll be back.
There are so many reasons to buy your next new car from AJ Doman Chevrolet, but don't take our word on it. Hear what our customers have to say.
AJ Doman has been taking care of the veterans with the vehicles for over 20 years. Very helpful, very polite to all the military guys.
My family and I have been shopping here for over 20 years. The sales team is great and the service department is unmatched.
AJ Doman Chevrolet, serving the area for over 38 years, at the foot of the Morgan City Bridge in Berwick.
Terrebonne Parish School District is now hiring bus drivers. A valid CDL is required. If you don't have a CDL, we will train you. You must be able to pass a medical health exam and a drug test. Salary range is $19,253 to $29,859. Benefits include free health insurance and retirement. Contact the TPSB Transportation Office at 985-876-7400.
At Big Wheels Travel Center, the fun and excitement are just around the corner in Bayou Blue. Big Wheels is open 24 hours a day and features 24-hour security, clean restrooms, and a wide selection of beer, soft drinks, and chips for all your needs. While you're there, visit the casino for daily cash prizes and drink specials 7 days a week. You'll get the feeling as if you're in a lush Vegas-style casino. Big Wheels also has one of the largest subways in the area, so stop by Big Wheels Travel Center where everyone's a winner.
There are trucks, and then there's the GMC Sierra. available with the connected driving experience. And the world's first 6-function multi-pro tailgate. GMC Sierra. It's the truck. Or get $3,500 purchase cash on select 2023 Sierra models. Or get a total of $6,000 purchase allowance when you trade in an eligible vehicle.
Led by a 7-member commission, the Terrebonne Port was created to assist our local industry in promoting economic development. We monitor government regulations that affect our local industry and work with the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers to secure maintenance dredging funds. Because the HNC is the main artery for the heartbeat of Terrebonne's economy, Terrebonne Port fights a constant battle for funding to maintain the federally authorized navigable depth. We are now leasing waterfront and non-waterfront property. Terrebonne Port Commission, serving our industry to keep Terrebonne thriving.
Waits and Downer. You or someone you know has lost the ability to earn a living because someone put the company interests before their well-being. In times like these, there's one firm who has handled hundreds of catastrophic and lost earning cases. Before you settle fast with a company's attorney, give Waits and Downer a call. 985-876-0870. Waits and Downer. Let us fight for your rights.
Hey everybody, welcome into Going Public. I am Harry McCullough. We're joined this week by the parish president of Terrebonne Parish, Mr. Gordon Dove. Thanks so much for being with us.
Thank you for having me.
I know we got a lot to talk about flood and wind, but elections, you wasn't part of the election cycle this time for first time in a long time, right? How you doing?
Yeah, it was truly amazing to see a governor go in the first time, and Jeff went there. He campaigned hard and he took it the first time, and I think he's going to do us a great job. And, you had quite a bit of elections, and you have a runoff for parish president for my seat. And you had nine people in the runoff. In the primary, so there's 2 in the runoff. So naturally, it's who picks up the other one's votes.
Sure.
And you're gonna you only had 21,000 people show where we normally have 27,000. So the primary is either going to be slower than that. I mean, I'm estimating 11,000, 12,000 people.
Right, without the top of the ticket, right.
You don't have a governor's race.
Yeah.
Liz Morrell's in a runoff with someone else, and she took 44% of the vote, and she looks like she should sweep in, but in the treasurer's race, and so there's some runoffs on there.
Few
but
things.
The big race, the
big
governor's
stars,
going.
right,
Yeah. Once they go on, he's elected 52% of the vote.
Right.
So
it'd be interesting to see. So no withdrawals though. You weren't looking for a place to go, run for office somewhere.
No, I've got 22 grandchildren, so it's time I spend a little time with them. But I still have my regular businesses, and
obviously,
we have a hunting ranch and trail ranch, and
I know you got plenty of things to keep you busy.
So we got a camping.
Never
grand
stopped
house,
you before though.
Kids love grand house. So
no, I'm with you. So let's talk about how you can protect those grandkids down the road because of flood and wind insurance is where we're going to start today.
Yeah, well, I just want to bring the public up. As you know, Terrebonne Parish was part of 39 parishes, 10 states, with Jeff Landry and Liz Morrell with the Attorney General's office, and we sued FEMA under the 2.0. The worst thing about 2.0, it takes your grandfather status away. And so we've asked him for an injunction. The judge who heard it was Federal Judge Pavillon, which was recently appointed by the Biden administration. And we're waiting on his ruling any day now. And as soon as we know, and of course the maps themselves, we're taking section by section of the maps, like Chauvin, Dulac, Delorge, Pontchartrain, and Montague, and the east side, and even some of the west side. The west side didn't fare as bad as the east side as when it comes to the elevation.
Right.
And we're doing our own models, our flood models and our storm surge models, and And we, the engineers and consultants believe we do better if we take an area at a time. Now, we're doing them all together.
Sure.
But we're doing it at a time. And, but, so we hoping to win the injunction and stop this craziness about not. The biggest problem is if you in an area that became a flood zone, whether it became a flood zone 10 years ago, you're not grandfathered in. That's the bad thing about it.
I built my house in a non-flood zone. Now I'm in a flood zone and it's $8,000 a year. So how you change the rules just like that on somebody?
And that's just the federal government.
And it never flooded.
Now remember, if you have to accept the maps. If we don't accept the maps, then we lose the NFIP, National Flood Insurance Program.
Right.
That doesn't. So no one gets insurance. You can't do a mortgage. Not only that, if there's a hurricane, FEMA doesn't come to your town.
Right.
You are out of the FEMA.
You guys had to do it.
You had to, and it was as much as you had to grit your teeth to sign it, but we are fighting it. And and on wind insurance is the next thing that's killing killing everyone financially. Now I did find that you have some other companies writing. The legislature did put money up to try to attract businesses in, and so there are other companies writing. And like anything else, if we don't have hurricanes, I think you're going to see more come in on a wind. But it's really, really the number one problem in Terrebonne. But we don't have a flooding problem anymore.
Right.
We have levees. We added 30 pump stations. We doubled the pumping capacity. We have 100 pump stations, but capacity-wise, we doubled it. So we don't have a flood problem.
Right.
We have an insurance problem.
Absolutely agree. All right. So speaking of elections, so the rededication of $1 million SRO funding.
Right. There was 1.66 mil set up. Which is by state statute, we had to collect the money. We collected $7 million to build a new public health building right next to Tesh Clinic across from Griffiths on Tunnel Boulevard. So we have the $7 million, but we have to maintain it. So we took the $1 million that we didn't need anymore in there and rededicated to the SRO, as you can see, school resource officers. We presently working with, and I want to tell you, Sheriff Tim Saunier, Bubba Orgeron, Chief Travis Terrio, TPCG Council, and the Catholic Diocese and other private schools. We're all working with them, to get these SROs funded. The good thing about this is going to be reoccurring. So we that's going to go to everyone from the sheriff to the school to everyone to help them fund that. We've put up $2 million. In some money, some Louisiana Trust money that came in because of COVID, and we bought $2 million. So we supplying SRO vehicles. And if you're going to see it's going to be a black vehicle with SRO on it, and it's the Louisiana Recovery Funds is the name I was trying to think of. But we came on the show. I want to thank the sheriff, Bubba Orgeron, Chief Travis Terrio, and I want to thank the council. The council's with us every step of the way, and
so important.
And we got a good council, and the council members are very knowledgeable, and they work with administration to get through this.
Very, very important. And the last thing you want to see is a Uvalde, Texas, and anything like that. So that's why these guys are so important.
And but remember, a SRO has to be 2 years trained. So like the sheriff and Travis Terrio, the chief, would tell you, you just can't go pull someone out and say you're an SRO. So we're protecting our schools. Now we want to be able to get dedicated funds so they don't ever have to cut the funding for it. So this is $1 million. It's not enough to fund all the schools, but we're already funding them through Terrebonne. And I want to thank the school board has stepped up along with Sheriff Saunier. And because the HPD is under the parish's umbrella, so it's really coming along well.
All right, great. Speaking of coming along, anybody that travels Old Bayou Black 182 and Hollywood Extension, that bridge is blowing and going. And boy, when they get started, they can build those bridges fast.
Right, and that's sea level. It's GIS engineering. It's $4.2 million engineering construction. We had to do some land acquisition. It is a 3-lane bridge, so it's actually wider than the Polk Street Bridge. It's going to look almost identical to Polk Street with the bricks and the fan, the lights. They really make a good-looking bridge. It doesn't cost much more money. And, it's 50-foot wide by 84-foot long, 3-lane sidewalks, and it's all concrete. And it's really moving well. If you look at the next page, that's the artist rendition, but you can see they're driving the piling here pretty quick. Mm-hmm. And they got a nice piece of equipment there. We're trying to get to where they opening the lanes for the traffic, so we don't make it too inconvenient for people.
And you think beginning of next year, end of this year, beginning of next year?
The end of the year. The way they're going to end of the year, beginning of next year, if they don't have any weather shutdown, they're really moving fast. Because after they drive the pilings, they're going to put their concrete rafters across it, and then they set these. The bridge itself comes in Zwaski slabs, and it's all puzzled together.
Right. And that's the one good thing about El Nino and no kind of a drought this year. Construction had no problems with construction projects.
Right, and if you live in Terra Cane, Plantation Garden, down Gibson, all you can just scoot here, get Hollywood Road, and hit Martin Luther King.
Right, Valhalla.
So I think this is going to really be. We worked on this. This is Restore Act money. We worked on it, getting the monies on this, and it took us a while, but we're well under construction.
Because there was nothing between St. Charles and Savain Road.
Right.
So now this will give another.
And remember, the bridge further to the west by Michael St. Martin's house, we had to shut that bridge down because it's wooden pilings and the pilings are rotten. So that bridge is, and we're going to remove that bridge. Right. So we had to get another bridge.
Take the place. Yeah. So the Bayou Cane pump station is next.
$12.5 million. It's moving right along. This is where we had the fire. Not by the pump station, but out
in that area.
This is going to pump water into 4,000 acres, and it's going to take water out of Bayou Cane and keep it out the keep it out Bayou Terrebonne, and put it in retention. And they have these actuated doors that's going to open up when the elevations in the canals are so high, and they're going to drain, and that's to help the drainage in Bayou Cane. It's a big Bayou Cane, Bayou Terrebonne drainage program, and it goes all the way to Whiskey Bayou by Allendale and of course all that area.
Interesting, and we only have 45 seconds, but interesting that you were able to flood that area because of the marsh fires that would happen, which is eventually what you're going to do as a retention pond, but you had to do it for a different reason.
Well, remember, we had all the drawings. We're building levees around there.
Right.
We knew the elevations. We had to block off 3 canals coming out of there, small canals. So we had to put some mud blocks in there. And we put roughly 2 foot of water.
Yeah.
We put over 2 billion gallons.
It was a good dry run.
And because it was peat moss, it wasn't going out.
Right.
There was no way to put it out. We did a lot of research on peat moss, and you got to put it underwater.
I find out things all the time. We'll be right back with Going Public right after this.
A new company with a lot of history. GIS Engineering has rapidly grown its brand around an experienced team of professionals. GIS Engineering is a full-service planning, engineering, procurement, and construction management company specializing in coastal protection and restoration, upstream and downstream industrial, and transportation infrastructure projects. Putting people first, GIS Engineering, a new company with a lot of history.
In South Louisiana, storms are a way of life. Every storm poses a different threat, whether from flooding or hurricane-force winds. At All South Consulting Engineers, we help protect our people from these disasters. Before a storm, we work with our leaders to prevent catastrophic damage. After the storm, we help get the resources needed for rebuilding. We have helped our cities, parishes, and school boards recover over $2 billion to rebuild our community. We'll be here for the next one.
Hi, I'm Councilwoman Jessica Domingue, and today we're going to talk about school zone safety.
Drivers are required to yield to pedestrians in a crosswalk. Always stop when someone is in the road and wait for them to cross completely before proceeding. Follow the speed limit and always stop when school buses are picking up and dropping off students.
Keeping students safe is a community responsibility, so let's all do our part.
A new company with a lot of history, GIS Engineering has rapidly grown its brand around an experienced team of professionals. GIS Engineering is a full-service planning, engineering, procurement, and construction management company specializing in coastal protection and restoration, upstream and downstream industrial, and transportation infrastructure projects. Putting people first, GIS Engineering, a new company with a lot of history.
Pelican Waste and Debris is your local company. We don't just work here, we live here and understand the unique challenges that face our region. Our commitment to our community and customers and love for Louisiana keeps us motivated. Pelican meets every residential and commercial service need, offering roll-off, front-load, and compactor services, ideal for hotels, restaurants, apartments, construction or industrial sites, and much more. We also make recycling simple and cost-efficient, offering single-stream recycling program options. We have set the highest standards for environmental protection, community engagement, and guaranteed client satisfaction. Visit pelicanwaste.net or call us at 985-873-9553 to save money with hassle-free service. Our team has over 100 years of experience, so we know how to make you happy. The sky is the limit, so fly with the Pelican.
Welcome back to Going Public. I'm Harry McCullough. We're here with Gordon Dove, the parish president of Terrebonne Parish, and we were talking, you guys, with that ring levee around that Savan Road area, Bayou Cane area, I guess it's called. You really found out some things that, first of all, it's going to hold water, right?
Right, and and of course, if you go to the next slide, you see all the trees that we saved. That's a slide that was done yesterday. We saved thousands of acres.
Yeah, it kept burning.
We probably burned 1,000, 1,500 acres. Then when I say we burned it, it caught fire.
Sure.
But look, I want to thank all your fire departments: Bayou Cane, Bob Blue, Shreve, Koto, Bob Black, Homer Fire Department, Joyce Seahan, the people that helped install the pumps, and the council for working with me on it. We put an emergency out and we moved forward on it. And in the next slide, you can see we're back to building the pump station. We pumped 2 billion gallons with a B, and the fire's out. But we knew we could do it.
And who knew that peat moss was that flammable and it was so hard to put out
and could dry out? Could dry out with this drought.
It's incredible.
And then the next slide, that's just some more pictures. And then the next one is the Bayou Country Sportsplex, and this is the boys' baseball. We've moved forward. In fact, you'll see the pilings out there being driven. That's the concession stand. It sort of looks like the other one, except it has a gable roof. The other one on soccer has a lean-to type of roof. And this is common ground. It's $4.2 million, but that's not just the concessions. That's putting electricity, water, gas. That's doing sidewalks, doing everything around 5 baseball fields to get them ready, and this was funded by the state. I want to thank Jerome Zerang, especially Tanner McGee, his wife. They really was instrumental on getting the money and the rest of the delegation. So this is under construction as we speak. That's the boys. That's on the boys baseball, and this is not only the building, but everything, all the common grounds, everything is $4.2 million.
Wow, and it'll service 5
and
baseball fields.
It's state capital funded. And we have to match it with some local funds. And if the next one is soccer fields, in fact, next week we have a ribbon cutting on the soccer fields. They're gonna be using them November 1st. This is a stadium lighted soccer fields, and that what you see in yellow is the volleyball courts. And this is $2.4 million. Parking lot, and we got the like I said, these go out there and take a look at it. It's really impressive.
And their first tournament is going to be November 1st, right?
November 3rd, I think.
In
First part of November, right?
Mm-hmm.
And if you turn to the next one, there's the volleyball. It's got 3 volleyball areas, And you got 3, and it's beach volleyball, and that's just not a hole with sand. I mean, the bottom is done. It's all done according to regulation.
Yeah. And a lot of the colleges now use it. LSU has a great team, but a lot of the high school players are starting to play individually during the spring with beach volleyball.
And you can see the parking lot for the soccer fields. And like I say, Tanner and his wife were instrumental in making this happen. I want to thank them.
Yeah, the next shot you'll see is a good high level of what you're talking about.
And you can see the lights. I mean, you can see the stadium type of lights. There's a concession stand which we built some time back. And then the next one is you can see the road, how the road goes all the way. So you'll have 2 ways in. We won't. That'll bring you almost to Valhalla. Well, you got to hit the road and take a right to Valhalla. And you can see the light, the stadium lights, and you can see the big fields.
Nice.
I mean, they look like football fields,
right.
You know.
And then you can play later on.
And that's subsurface drainage. Has sprinkler systems, and that's done to regulation soccer balls.
Right.
And the next one, LA Contractors did it, and Stevie Smith with All South is the engineer on it. Stevie did a wonderful job. And then one more picture, and if you could see it, and then the next, you can see the lake in there. We got 3 docks. We got 10 baseball fields, 3 docks. We have water park. We have batting cages, and now we got all
Now, were
volleyball.
you telling me you're going to have another road out of there? So another exit?
No, that's it.
Oh, I got you.
The road I was showing you takes you to that road, and you take a right, and there's Val. See Valhalla right there?
I got you.
Now, the next one is we're buying the rest of that property. See, we didn't own it all the way to Valhalla.
I got you.
We're buying that. It's a $2.7 million purchase, but it's 25 acres. We have plans to put a LSU agriculture extension.
Oh, nice.
An arena, a state-of-the-art arena, 4-H born, and whatever else, but this is, we're actually signing this to purchase the land next week.
Oh, okay, great.
And then the next one is with these public boat launches.
That's down in
That's
Chauvin.
Petite Caillou. Please go by there. It's all, everything we do is handicap access. The docks, the volleyball fields, the soccer ball, the baseball, everything is handicapped. So are these boat landings. The handicap access. They all have kayak docks. I know kayaks becoming a big thing. And this is right past Boudreaux Canal in Chauvin. If they go to the next one, and we built that. You can see they got benches, they got railings.
You can go out there and crab all day right there, huh?
All day. The next one, you can see the handicap parking off to the right. And we put garbage cans out there. We have police cameras out there. It's very safe. You can grab, you bring your little tin if you want to pitch it up right over a table or something.
Yeah, that's great.
And then we did one up at Upper Montague. And we did this one up in Upper Montague. The next one, is Upper Montague. This has all been done. It's a smaller one than the one in Chauvin, but we took an existing landing right before you get to Montague, and then same thing. You got railings and.
But so much nicer than having to try and walk down to the water and worry about falling in the water.
Remember, you also got boat launches and all. Right. It's all public, no charge.
Right, and handicap.
And we just ask the public to keep it clean, but we do put garbage cans out there. And that is actually under Clay Knockhand. He's the department head over that. Next one is Texas Gulf Road in Berg. This is another real nice, very large marina. If you look at the next slide. That's from a distance. You see plenty of parking, and you got the same thing with the railings, the docks, handicap access, kayak docks, and.
Look, man, for anybody that's looking for something to do, that's a great weekend with your kids. Is to go out there and obviously get an umbrella, stay out of the sun a little bit, but play around with some crab nets and some chicken nets.
Drums, red, They catch a lot of fish. I mean, it's really
easy access,
and it's exciting. And then the next one is. That's the Texas Gulf Road, like I say, in Berg. And the next one is the Miter Gates. That's the twin span. We're under engineering and design. And what it does is basically we could put Montague, Berg, East Homer under force pump if we need it. Berg, Montague, and East Homer. So that's the one in Bayou Terrebonne.
This would be on the south side of the navigational canal.
South side, yes, sir.
Of the intercoastal canal.
Intercoastal,
in the Terrebonne.
The hospital's across the intercoastal from there. The next one is Company Canal. If you're going to close it off, we're going to have Company Canal is the next one, and this will close it off and allow us to go under force pump. See, we put Chauvin under force pump.
Right.
So and then this is the Bayou Terrebonne lock. The Bayou Terrebonne lock, because we built 2 locks. One in Bayou Terrebonne to allow vessels to come and go and keep salt water and high waters out. This is under designing engineering. This is probably 6 months away. We do have $5 million of funding from the statewide flood program. We have to raise another $5 million. Now they're lifting. That's the old gate there at below Montague. They're lifting. The levee board's going to lift that to 21 feet.
Wow.
All levees are being lifted to 21 feet. And then the next one, of course, is the Bubba Dove floodgate. And I always show that because the next one is they're taking bids for a $360 million. And the reason it says under construction, they're taking bids for phase 2. They've done the dredging, and that's Reggie Dupre, Tony Alford. We funded this as CPRA. Actually, when I was in the legislature, we had $450 million for this project because it's going to retrofit the Bubba Dove to 21 feet. It's 18 feet. And this is actually out for bids as we speak. And this will stop any high waters coming into Terrebonne Parish, any salt water. If there's a hurricane, we can let vessels come and go up to 8 feet of water. If you're out there after 8 feet of water, you're
on your own.
And look, this is the operations facilities, the next one. And that's where the operations facilities go. If you take that levee right there, it brings you to 4 Point Road. And this is a beautiful project. A lot of concerted effort, our delegation, and
they're going to build a facility right there.
That's where the operations facility for the lock system.
Right.
Remember, it has to be manned. And it has to be manned 24 hours a day.
And when we've seen, with the saltwater wedge that everybody was so fired up about with the Mississippi, we get the same thing that comes up the Houma Nav.
We get salt water.
So this will really freshen up the water. No, not that we're getting our water from here. We get it mostly up from Lafourche. But it'll really freshen up the Bayou Terrebonne water. That
will change the ecosystem that for Terrebonne. Everything will freshen up. The fresher the water, the better vegetation. I mean, it goes with it. And remember, you can shut the hurricane off here. You got 80 miles of Morganza levee, by the way, that's going to 15 feet. Right. And then you have an $80 million gate in Bayou Chene. That's a 400-foot gate. The Bubba Dove's 250. And yet that will stop. You could close that off to stop the Chaffalaya water from coming flooding.
Which is a real problem.
We're in very good shape.
Yeah.
Look, and we added 30 pump stations, telemetry SCADA. So you're not going to flood anymore. That's not our problem. Insurance is our problem.
Sure. Well, Gordon Dove, thank you so much for joining us. That's Going Public. I'm Harry McCullough. We'll see you next time.
West Park Self-Storage is a state-of-the-art storage facility with clean, convenient, and secure climate-controlled storage. Our professional storage counselors are here to assist you with all your storage needs. We now offer after-hour access, and you can access your unit 7 days a week. We also have parking for RVs, boats, and cars with 24-hour access. West Park Storage would like to thank you for 20 years of business.
There are trucks, and then there's the GMC Sierra. Available with the connected driving experience. And the world's first 6-function multi-pro tailgate. GMC Sierra. It's the truck. Or get $3,500 purchase cash on select 2023 Sierra models. Or get a total of $6,000 purchase allowance when you trade in an eligible vehicle.
Structural heart disease refers to a defect in the heart's valves, walls, or chambers that keeps the heart from pumping blood properly. Valve or structural heart problems may be present at birth or develop over time. Your risk increases if you have high blood pressure, plaque buildup, history of heart attack, take certain medications, or have certain heart infections. The Structural Heart Program at CIS and Terrebonne General provides innovative solutions and devices with the latest technology to bring the best possible outcomes for patients. Learn more at cardio.com.
Hi, I'm Martin False, the owner of HTV, and I just wanted to thank my team because each and every day we come in not always looking for the negative stories. We look for the positive stories. We have so many positive people and events that shape our area. So when you're tired of all the bad things happening in the world, tune into HTV for a little positive attitude. Thanks for viewing, and thanks to a great staff.
Billy's Best Brands Plus has all of your bedding, appliance, and electronic needs. Whether you're in the need of a new washer or dryer, refrigerator or stove, at Billy's we have a wide selection of HD TVs and home theater systems, plus the best bedding around. Come in and see our great selection today, only at Billy's Best Brands Plus. And let us deliver to you. Billy's Best Brands Plus, located at 5805 West Main Street in Houma.
Why make it hard when you can choose easy? Yes, during Trapp Chevrolet's Easy October event, we're making it easy to save on our biggest truck selection in months. We have the trucks, like a new 23 Chevy Silverado 1500 Crew Cab with 0% APR, no payments for 90 days, plus $1,000 cash allowance. Find trucks, and more trucks. It's not hard to save during our Easy October event at Trapp Chevrolet in Houma, where we're always on your side.
Pharisees went off and plotted how they might entrap Jesus in speech. They sent their disciples to him with the Herodians, saying, "Teacher, we know that you're a truthful man, and that you teach in the way of God in accordance with the truth. And you're not concerned with anyone's opinion, for you do not regard a person's status. Tell us then, what is your opinion? Is it lawful to pay the census tax to Caesar or not?" Knowing their malice, Jesus said, "Why are you testing me, you hypocrite? Show me the coin that pays the census tax." Then they handed him the Roman coin. He said to them, "Whose image is this and whose inscription?" They replied, "Caesar's." And then he said to them, "Then repay to Caesar what belongs to Caesar, and to God what belongs to God." Hello and welcome to Closer Walk Catholic Communications. I'm Father Bayer, your host, and glad that you can join us today. You know what? After 44 years, I've read this gospel many, many, many times. And you know what? I read it much differently today than I read it 44 years ago. 44 years ago, we were just struggling over contraception and the birth control pill. 44 years ago, the abortion question was a hot topic item in the Roe v. Wade and everything like that. Now, very, very different than give to Caesar what is Caesar's, but give to God what is God's. How do you read that today? Think about that. Think about everything that we deal with in this country right now. And think about the law of God. And think about living in a society that's trying to force us to embrace a political ideology and to violate our own religious freedoms and our own religious consciences. And heretofore, we've been able to kind of say, okay, I live in this country. I realize everyone's not Catholic. I realize everyone's not Christian. I realize everyone does not have these values. But as long as you are willing to respect my values and let me live accordingly, then we can probably live together. There was a time in our history when we were able to disagree and not be shouted down. You realize there have been over 230 Catholic churches attacked since the Dobbs decision. The Dobbs decision is the one that allowed the states to choose and set their own abortion rights, laws, and our limitations. And because the Catholic Church is known to be fiercely pro-life, just based on that fact, over 230 Catholic churches have been attacked, vandalized, have statues destroyed, stained glass destroyed, and everything like that. And you know, very few people have been prosecuted. Less than 20% of the attacks have been prosecuted. However, 6 people were just convicted of violating the FACE Act. The FACE Act, and I don't know what the acronym stands for, but you're not allowed to pray or obstruct anything in an abortion clinic. And 6 people are facing 11 years in prison for praying in front of abortion clinics. And 233 churches have been vandalized, and no one's gone to jail. They've dropped charges. And then we have people being put in jail for praying in abortion clinics. And you have things like Occupy Portland and the George Floyd riots that did billions of dollars worth of damage to cities, to business owners, and no one goes to jail. Yet when we have these mob raids of all of a sudden running into a store and just stealing and breaking everything, no one has been prosecuted, but the employee who attempted to stop them has been fired. Where in the hell am I living? Tell me what's wrong with this picture. You know, it's one thing to say, okay, we live in a multicultural society. We live in the midst of great diversity. And in the midst of diversity, we're being forced to swallow and practice and celebrate everyone's diversity, but our religious beliefs are not respected or tolerated. Back when they had the HHS mandate that Catholic hospitals and institutions were now being forced to provide birth control as part of their healthcare packages, we lost a lot of nursing home and care centers because after paying millions of dollars in federal fines, the diocese could no longer afford to do that. Now, I read a quote And it said, first we ignore evil, then we tolerate evil, then we legalize evil, then we promote evil, then we celebrate evil, and then we persecute anyone who dares to call it evil. Makes sense to me. It's pretty much of an accurate picture of where we are in this country. Evil is permitted, legalized, and tolerated. But if you say that you believe that life is sacred from the moment of conception to the moment of natural death, you're anti-woman, and you're responsible for women dying. Because I believe that God is the author of life. And you know what? People are scared. People are backing down and backing away from the truth, because when you speak the truth, you're going to be condemned. If you say, for this reason, God made them male and female, and a man shall leave his father and mother and cling to his wife, and the two shall become one, then you're a hateful person, and your religion is homophobic. And because of that, many people are scared to announce that belief. And we hear of people being fired from university systems and coaching systems because they put on their own social media a simple statement that I believe marriage is between a man and a woman. And how dare you become that hateful in today's multicultural society, an inclusive society that includes everyone except people who have faith-based values. And for having faith-based values, we're persecuted for anyone who dare to call evil, evil. And that's the great challenge. And we also live with this idea that we have educators saying it's up to the educators and not the parents to decide what your children learn, because you're not a professional educator. You don't have degrees in education. You don't know what's best for your child. We do. And therefore, if we want to tell a 4-year-old and a 5-year-old that they don't have to remain male or female and they can change all that, you have no right to know that. Wow. Then why did God give them to me and not to the White House? And why didn't the president go through 9 months of pregnancy with this child instead of me? What in God's name are you talking about? And unfortunately, we live in a media where media supports this ideology. Media is very quick to condemn people who believe. We have people coming over our border every day who are on the watch list for worldwide terrorists, and yet we decide to call parents who go to school board meetings domestic terrorists, and we want to punish them and not secure the border where people on the worldwide terrorist watch list gain access to our country every day. Does it sound like I'm mad? I am. I'm mad as hell. And I think it's really, really time for us as believers to unapologetically stand for what is God's and what is Caesar's. And first of all, our children do not belong to Caesar. They're made in the image and likeness of God. They're entrusted to you, your care, your well-being, and you stand before God to answer for how you've raised your children. The National Education Association or the Library Association does not stand before God for your children. You do. Tell us then, what is your opinion? Is it lawful to pay the census tax to Caesar or not? Then repay to Caesar what belongs to Caesar, and to God what belongs to God. Hello and welcome back to Closer Walk Catholic Communications. I'm Father Bayer, your host. I'm glad that you came back. I had time to get a sip of coffee and catch my breath. And is it lawful to pay tax to Caesar? Sure it is. We live in a country that provides a lot of freedoms and a lot of protection. And we need to pay our share. There is no question about that. But we need to understand that we have a responsibility to God before we have a responsibility to Caesar. And our responsibility is to be faithful and to care for our own and to be pleasing in the sight of God. And anything that Caesar wants, legalizes, or tries to force upon us that's contrary to the law of God, we have every right to be conscientious objectors to the law and choose fidelity to God over Caesar. And that's a great responsibility. Now, with that being said, when I hear that we want to make sure that our country is going to use our tax dollars to promote abortion around the globe, we want to use our tax dollars for Ukraine and taking care of everyone who comes across the border, but we don't want to use our tax dollars for our homeless, of which there are many, for our mentally ill, of which there are many, and for our veterans who protected our freedoms. Something's wrong. I think we need to support our country, but I think our country needs to support us. And when we live in cities that we can no longer be safe in because poor people who are mentally ill go untreated, are left alone to the streets, and we think that the best thing we can do is buy people clean needles and let them stay on our streets and do drugs, we're not addressing the problem. All these people are made in the image and likeness of God. All these people are God's children. I really understand somebody wanting to come to this country, like my grandfather came from Lebanon to this country. I understand wanting to be here, but not at the point of having the people who pay the taxes and ask that we have protection, that we have law enforcement, and we have laws that are set out for our well-being, and we have our own homeless, mentally ill, and homeless veterans, and we ignore them. There's a justice issue here. There really is. And we need to start to understand. And listen, let me first of all say, everyone is looking forward and we're touting certain political candidates. I got news for you. This is not a political issue. This is a product of living in a society where we have wholeheartedly tried to take the law of God and to demean it and to attack it and to get people to ignore the law of God for the sake of some ideology. And so therefore, if we're pushing same-sex marriages and if we're pushing transgender or gender dysphoria or whatever, or the whole LGBTQ alphabet that they keep adding to, if we're ignoring all that, then how do you reconcile that with the law of God? And if we want to take our youngest children and indoctrinate them in things that are contrary to the law of God, it's systematically destroying God's role in our society. Yeah, we have Caesar, but Caesar without God is nothing. And as we look forward to this upcoming political year, let me tell you something. There is no candidate that's going to save this country. There are those, I think, who will probably be much more friendly and supportive to religious freedoms and ideals, because currently it is not. There are those who are more friendly. But until we, as a country, to decide either we are one nation under God, or like Ronald Reagan says, we're one nation gone under. If we systematically try to destroy the presence of God in our country, and unless we as individuals return back to the law of God, and the law of God as he states it, we're made in the image and likeness of God. We're not supposed to make God in our own image and likeness. We're not supposed to take God's law and recreate it and reshape it and rebundle it to fit into our lifestyle. God's law is God's law. It's not ours. It's not for us, up to us to change. And we have people in the church, and we have people in many religions who are trying to say that religion needs to keep up with the times. So therefore, if we're going to be effective as a religion, then we need to change with the times and adopt all these things as part of us. Not so. There has not been a revised version of this, okay? God has not sent a renewed copy. And if we're going to remain faithful to Christ and his teachings, the role of the church is not to change God's law to keep up with society, but to change society to remain faithful to God's law. And that's what we see going on these days in the church. There's so many different things that if you simply say certain things, quote the scriptures, and for this reason, God has joined them together. What God has divided, man shall not divide. God made them male and female. A man leaves his father and mother and clings to his wife. That's hate speech. In the year 2013, most people don't know it, but the Roman Catholic Church is put on the White House website as a hate group. Why? Because the Holy Father asked the cardinals and the bishops to fight against same-sex marriages. The Defense of Marriage Act, DOMA, is what it was called. And so therefore, we were seen as a hate group. Tell me something. and the land of the free and the home of the brave, what are they doing sending agents into traditional Catholic churches and trying to see whether or not people who prefer to go to Mass in Latin are not part of a terrorist group? What are you talking about? What are you talking about? And that's what's going on. And of course, we were lied to about that. It only happened in one place, and it's happened around the country. Let me tell you something. You know, there was a great quote, and I'm going to slaughter it, but it said, you know, first they came for the fascists. I was not a fascist, and so I said nothing. Then they came for the Bolshevists, and I was not a Bolshevist, so I said nothing. Then they came for the trade unionists. I was not a trade unionist, so I said nothing. Then they came for the communists. I was not a communist, so I said nothing. And then when they came for me, there was no one left to speak. Now's the time. Now's the time. We can send emails and jokes all day long, and we can say that we're so tired of this, and we can send money to a political candidate, and we can do that. But until our outrage is such that the people that we elect to office realize that they're there to serve us. They're there to serve our interests, not their ideologies, not their party, regardless of what their party is. They're there in service of the people of God. And that's what they're supposed to do. And this goes back to the time of our Lord, when they were trying to trick him up about who do you listen to more, the government or your faith? He said, we have a responsibility to government. Make no mistake about it. And I'm not saying don't respect your government. But if your government asks you to go against your God, that's the end of story. I am not, when this life is over, going to one day stand before the Supreme Court of the United States. When this life is over, I stand before the throne of God. And I have to be responsible for everything I do and everything I say in the sight of God. And our leadership is not going to take that away from me. I don't care how duly elected or how they exercise their power. No one is going to cause me to turn on God in favor of this country. And until enough people become convinced and convicted of that, we're going to keep getting the same stuff we're getting. And we're on the road to our own destruction. Heed the call. Understand, the silence is what's killing us. Because eventually, when they come for us, there will be no one left to speak. Wake up. Thanks for being with us. May each day bring you closer in your walk with the Lord. God bless.
For 37 million Americans, this is life. Living below the poverty line. Every day, a struggle. Just to hang on. What would you give up to keep your grip? Food? Medicine? Clothing? Tough choices that 1 in 8 Americans face every day. Many have jobs and children and families. But every day, life below the poverty line gets a little bit harder. Find out what you can do. Please, don't let one more fall. Go to povertyusa.org and get involved.
HTV would like to remember everyone who has gone before us in 2023. Keeping with tradition, we would like to scroll their name in our Year in Review obit program. Help us to remember how special your loved one was by sending us their name and date of passing to obits@htv10.tv. We at HTV recognize that the passing of a loved one fills our hearts with grief. Help us reflect on those who've paved the way for us and what they meant to our community.
Terrebonne General Health System is the largest healthcare resource in Southeast Louisiana, offering a high-tech and high-touch style of healing. World-renowned services include cardiology, women's health, cancer care, and a healthy lifestyle center.
This is a true calling for all the physicians, nurses, and staff who make up our proud Terrebonne General family. We are here to provide health care for our community.
To discover more, please visit tghealthsystem.com.
Once, it was broken and silent, but the spirit of America made it ring again, with liberty and justice for all. And once it was tattered and torn, but the spirit of America made it fly again, the hope of freedom for everyone. And once, too, it was weak, but the spirit of America made it strong again, the dream of a better life. And if that spirit can do all this, just imagine what we can do for all Americans living in poverty. We can let liberty ring for millions of kids in need. We can let freedom wave for every family working for independence. We can unite against the poverty that divides our nation. Poverty in America. We can end it, and everyone can do something to help. Learn how at povertyusa.org.
All right, on this episode of One-on-One, we're going to come back and we're going to talk with someone very instrumental in the development of baseball in this area. Plus, he coached other sports. He coached great athletes. Coach Edmund Groh. You know the name. We'll get to meet a little in-depth about what he did, how he got into coaching. It's all next on One-on-One. One-on-One is brought to you by the law office of Waits and Downer.
Waits and Downer. You or someone close to you has just lost a loved one to someone's negligence. How did this happen? And why is it so hard to get information? In times like these, there is one firm who has handled hundreds of catastrophic and lost earning cases. Before you settle fast with a company's attorney, give Waits and Downer a call. 985-876-0870. Waits and Downer.
There are trucks, and then there's the GMC Sierra. Available with the connected driving experience. And the world's first 6-function multi-pro tailgate. GMC Sierra. It's the truck. Or get $3,500 purchase cash on select 2023 Sierra models. Or get a total of $6,000 purchase allowance when you trade in an eligible vehicle.
Structural heart disease refers to a defect in the heart's valves, walls, or chambers that keeps the heart from pumping blood properly. Valve or structural heart problems may be present at birth or develop over time. Your risk increases if you have high blood pressure, plaque buildup, history of heart attack, take certain medications, or have certain heart infections. The Structural Heart Program at CIS and Terrebonne General provides innovative solutions and devices with the latest technology to bring the best possible outcomes for patients. Learn more at cardio.com.
Terrebonne Parish School District is now hiring bus drivers. A valid CDL is required. If you don't have a CDL, we will train you. You must be able to pass a medical health exam and a drug test. Salary range is $19,253 to $29,859. Benefits include free health insurance and retirement. Contact the TPSB Transportation Office at 985-876-7400.
I am a professional firefighter. Because of the line of work I'm in,
You know, there's a much higher risk to develop cancer. You're looking for a place that is going to support you in the manner that you need. Mary Bird Perkins Cancer Center is a place that you would want to come. I had to be positive to show everybody else that it was okay to be positive. They supported my mission to live a long, healthy, cancer-free life.
And welcome back to One-on-One, and as promised, Coach Groh is in the house. And Coach, great to see you. How are you?
I'm fine, thank you. Good. Nice to be here.
Absolutely. And God, I've seen you so many times on Sports on the Bayou and in covering Edie White sports, and everybody always tells me, Coach is here. Coach is here. And I'm going, which one? Coach Groh. You know, so there's a legacy that you have instilled. It's always great to have a legacy when you're around to enjoy it.
Right.
And before we get to that, though, before all that, what's the earliest years you can remember? Where were you born?
I was born and raised in Thibodeau. Went to school, my first 3 years were at Mount Carmel. Yeah. And then Thibodeau College started in 4th grade on up to the 12th grade. So that's the two schools I went to, elementary and high school.
Yeah, and Mount Carmel rings a bell because my mom went to Mount Carmel.
Your mom went to Mount
Carmel. My aunts went to Mount Carmel.
Yeah.
And it was just, that's where all my relatives still live, so it rings a bell. But what was that like? What was school like back then?
Well, let me tell you, Thibodeau College and Mount Carmel were about 4 or 5 blocks apart. For lunch, we had to walk to the cafeteria at Mount Carmel, and he had to walk back in time for our class. I barely remember our first 3 years, you know, when I was at Mount Carmel. Right. But Thibodeau College, we had the brothers teaching us, and let me tell you, they didn't mess around with you, buddy. Right. Yeah. Well, I'm
Neither
sure
did
you're
the nuns.
with that. The nuns, you're right.
Yeah.
We had one nun. She was pretty tough. Yeah.
You know, those were tougher times because the parents allowed them to be in charge of the education.
Exactly. Yeah.
There wasn't no negotiating.
You're right.
You know, and the last thing you wanted to do, and probably it happened to you, if something happened at school, you didn't want your parents to find out.
I would never tell my daddy. No, you're right.
What kind of upbringing? How many siblings did you have?
All right. We were 8 children, right? 2 brothers. One of them passed away about 13 years ago. And I had 5 sisters. And one of them passed away 3 years ago. Both cancer. Right. 3 of my sisters were school teachers. One taught here at South Terrebonne. Okay. She was married to a lawyer here, Maurice Matthew. I don't know whether you know Maurice.
Oh, absolutely.
Ice.
Yes.
Yeah. I had another sister that taught at South Lafourche and one that taught at Edie White. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
So big educational background. Were your parents highly educated?
No, they were not. My dad quit school in 6th grade and he went back and got his GED and graduated with one of my sisters. Got his diploma with one of my sisters.
And what did your dad do?
He was an electrician.
Okay.
Yeah, and we all did electrical work. My 2 brothers. I mean, he'd take us on jobs, and matter of fact, I'm still doing a lot of electrical work. You know, people still call me to hang a fan or to change a ballast or whatever. Yeah.
It keeps you going. And you know, I always ask this question, and some people say, "Well, my mom was just a housewife," but I said, "Well, in your case, with 8 kids, that's a pretty big job, right?"
Yeah. And, she. Every morning she'd get us up, she'd bring us coffee in bed every morning, 8 of us. Yeah, get us off to school, cook lunch every day, supper every night. You know, I don't think parents do that too much today, you know.
But 8
Most
kids,
of them are working.
were y'all, how many rooms in the house?
We had 3 bedrooms. My mom and dad had one, me and my brothers had one, and all my sisters had the other one. Yeah.
That's just the way it was, huh?
Exactly, yeah.
You couldn't pick and choose what room you wanted because there was only a certain amount of rooms.
Right, right.
But it seems to me that was a pretty common occurrence in those days. I mean, later on, you know, people started building bigger homes and different things, but in those days, and I'm going to use the word simpler, the simpler life seemed to be what kept families close.
Exactly, yeah.
And y'all seem like a close-knit family.
We were very close. We still are, everybody lives in Thibodeau except my sister who lives here in Houma, and we were very close, yeah.
Yeah. When did you have an inkling, or who influenced you to where Edmund Grow was going to one day become Coach Grow?
I guess I'd have to say it may even go back to my teenage years in Little League. I played a lot of Little League ball, Babe Ruth, American Legion, and then high school baseball. And I guess the guy who really influenced me the most was Coach Vince DiStefano,
Okay.
Very
Heard
good
the name
coach.
quite a bit.
He was really strict on the fundamentals, so I think he's the one who really influenced me to go into coaching, yeah.
And when you talk about coaches in Thibodeau, naturally a lot of names come up. I hear your name a lot, but I hear Pat Zush's name a lot.
Pat Zush, well, he's the one that hired me, yeah. And Pat Zush and I, we live about a block apart from each other. I still see him quite a bit.
Yeah.
But Pat was, he hired me right out of college. He was looking for a baseball coach, and he also needed an assistant in football. So, and I was with him during those, those winning seasons.
Right.
We had some good ball clubs. But Pat was a hell of a coach. He could, he taught me so much, not only about athletics, but about life also, Yeah, he was a good man, yeah.
For all of your cases, including those with catastrophic significance, call Waits and Downer Law Firm.
Waits and Downer. You or someone you know has lost the ability to earn a living because someone put the company interests before their well-being. In times like these, there's one firm who has handled hundreds of catastrophic and lost earning cases. Before you settle fast with a company's attorney, give Waits and Downer a call. 985-876-0870. Waits and Downer. Let us fight for your rights.
Here at Rouse's, we have our own brands of products, which you'll find down every aisle of our stores. These are the best quality at the best price. They compare to the national brands we sell, but at a lower cost. Most are made right here, but we travel the world too. And we personally taste test and guarantee every item. So if our name's on the label, you can trust it's good. Rouse's brand, best quality at the best price.
There are trucks, and then there's the GMC Sierra. Available with the connected driving experience. And the world's first 6-function multi-pro tailgate. GMC Sierra. It's the truck. Or get $3,500 purchase cash on select 2023 Sierra models. Or get a total of $6,000 purchase allowance when you trade in an eligible vehicle.
Hi, I'm Councilwoman Jessica Domingue, and today we're going to talk about school zone safety.
Drivers are required to yield to pedestrians in a crosswalk. Always stop when someone is in the road and wait for them to cross completely before proceeding. Follow the speed limit and always stop when school buses are picking up and dropping off students.
Keeping students safe is a community responsibility, so let's all do our part.
Domestic violence is daunting, and the psychological effects can do enduring damage. Obviously, all abuse needs to end. But how? The Terrebonne Parish District Attorney's Office is dedicated to ending domestic violence and helping those who have already experienced it. Our office supports many programs that educate and adjudicate abuse towards women. If you are a victim of abuse, call the Terrebonne Parish District Attorney's Office at 873-6500.
Wasn't that the thing that I think every one of us had played? Of course, and my coach was Cam Morvaunt, who played under y'all.
Exactly.
So I always call it the trickle-down effect. It's, as a coach, you're going to practice the things that your coaches practice, that you adhere to, and especially with your background and them working, everybody who took on those principles seemed to do very well.
Exactly.
If it ain't broken, don't fix it.
Don't fix it, you're right, yeah.
Right. So in your early days of playing, how strict were the coaches?
They were strict, but they were fair, you know. We only had one coach when I was playing baseball, and it was Coach DeStefano. In football, we may have had two coaches. I played a little football.
Right.
But they were fair, you know.
What positions did you play in baseball?
Pitcher only.
I figured you would have been.
Yeah.
Yeah. You could bring it pretty good?
I couldn't break a window pane, but I had a lot of junk on the ball. I had a lot of control, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Placement is everything, huh?
We had good ball players. You know, we won the state championship in 1958.
Right.
And we lost the state championship to St. Francis in 1959 at Stark Field in Thibodeau.
Wow.
Yeah.
The old Stark Field.
The old Stark Field, yeah. We had a lot of good memories about that ballpark.
I remember we used to pass as kids to Stark Field, but is that where the police station is, or right by it?
Exactly.
Right.
That's right there.
Right at the police
Yeah,
station.
yeah.
And that was they had concerts there too.
Oh, it was a big ballpark.
Yeah.
I mean, I think they had like a semi-pro team there at one time.
Right. And somebody can check me, but I think Hank Williams played at Stark Field.
He probably did.
I think he played, because my uncle said he went to see Hank Williams at Stark Field one time.
Okay.
So there's a lot of memories
right
there. But as you were progressing and you were getting influenced by Coach DeStefano and things of that nature, did it start bubbling in you that, hey, this is what I want to do?
When I enrolled at Nichols, I wasn't quite sure what I was going to do, okay? So I got into education, and I also got onto the baseball team in 1960. I wasn't on the baseball team too long. I quit school. I just didn't care for school. So my daddy put me to work at McDermott in the summertime. That made me go back to school, let me tell you. Yeah, I went back to school.
They had a way of making you want to go back.
I didn't play any more baseball, but I stayed into education, physical education, yeah.
What were some of the things you taught over the years? What was your aptitude in? History, English?
I taught Louisiana history and civics and PE.
Right.
And I had 8th grade classes on up to the senior classes I taught, yeah.
Yeah. It seems like, I think Coach Albert taught the same thing.
Gerald Albert,
y'all,
Pop Gun.
Yep.
Right,
So,
right.
But, when I think of Thibodeau, and I think of the amount of talent that came out of Thibodeau, and y'all had them. I mean, from the Joe Fakes to the Byron Talbots to the Cam Morvons. Y'all team, y'all had some talent, but how did you keep them all together?
Well, they were always a close-knit group, ever since I can remember my first year on through when I left in 1975. Our football team, they were always a close-knit group, and they always had like 1 or 2 leaders, and they kept them in check, let me tell you, So.
And we only heard of, the reason I knew Joe Fake, he was my coach at Vanderbilt. Coach Cam Morvon at the time.
Joe was your coach?
Joe Fake came for the secondary coach. I was playing free safety.
Okay.
He was my coach in the secondary. Coach Morvon was the head coach. So we'd all be doing our drills and our punting drills and field goal kicking. We thought we were pretty good, but often on the side, Joe Fake would punt a football and it looked like he went out the stadium.
Really?
So at this point, yeah, and of course we knew he played at LSU. So just the amount of sheer talent that he had was unbelievable. So, but in Thibodeau, there was also a pride thing. I mean, when I go to Thibodeau, all they want to do is talk sports and call somebody by a nickname. And That's still prevalent today, isn't it?
I think so, yeah. Our quarterback, Laurie DuPont, he was Dupe, you know. Charles L., you know, they all had, Joe Fauci, I don't know, it's hard to explain, but he was such a hell of an athlete. He played for me, and during the season, I think he played every position for me. He pitched a little bit. He was a catcher. You know, he played it all, shortstop.
He was versatile.
All around, right?
Yeah, versatile.
He was a four-sport letterman, which you don't have many of those today, I don't believe.
Right.
You know.
Yeah, they all sort of.
They're kind of specialized.
Specialize in what they're going to do. Travel ball takes that away and all that.
Let me tell you a little story about our state championship team in 1958. Our first 4 batters, we played a baseball game in the afternoon and had a track meet at night. Our first 4 batters were our relay team at night. You know, we must have had 6 or 7 four-sport lettermen on our team. And I don't think you see that a whole lot of that today at all.
No. They specialize and they just try to keep up. And if they see they're a little better in one sport, they sort of stick with it.
Right.
But y'all, not only did you play on state championship teams, but you coached state championship.
In 1974, we had we won the state championship. Right. Yeah, I had a good ball club. You know, we had good pitching, really good pitching. Cam Mulvaughn's younger brother, Ben.
Yeah.
He pitched the state championship game for us.
Really?
Yeah, yeah.
For all of your cases, including those with catastrophic significance, call Waits and Downer Law Firm.
Waits and Downer. You or someone close to you has just lost a loved one to someone's negligence. How did this happen? And why is it so hard to get information? In times like these, there is one firm who has handled hundreds of catastrophic and lost earning cases. Before you settle fast with a company's attorney, give Waits and Downer a call. 985-876-0870. Waits and Downer.
Here at South Louisiana Bank, we know the importance of working together as a team.
We're always here for you when you need a loan. By the way, here's that crawfish powder you needed. You can borrow it anytime.
So whether it's business or personal banking, we do it all. Visit our locations to find out how we can support your financial needs.
Good luck with the restaurant.
Thank you. And tell your mama thanks for the recipe. Her secret's safe with me.
I will.
South Louisiana Bank. It's better when we bank together.
Terrebonne General Health System is the largest healthcare resource in Southeast Louisiana, offering a high-tech and high-touch style of healing. World-renowned services include cardiology, women's health, cancer care, and a healthy lifestyle center.
This is a true calling for all the physicians, nurses, and staff who make up our proud Terrebonne General family. We are here to provide health care for our community.
To discover more, please visit tghealthsystem.com.
Barker Honda. It's better at Barker. New Accord. Sleeker style, more performance. All new, bigger HRV. It's hot. All new Pilot. Honda's most rugged SUV ever. Civic, CRV, Passport, Odyssey. And with every new Honda purchase, the Honda Service Pass provides 2 years, 24,000 miles prepaid maintenance. Barker Honda in Houma. It's better at Barker.
At Big Wheels Travel Center, the fun and excitement are just around the corner in Bayou Blue. Big Wheels is open 24 hours a day and features 24-hour security, clean restrooms, and a wide selection of beer, soft drinks, and chips for all your needs. While you're there, visit the casino for daily cash prizes and drink specials 7 days a week. You'll get the feeling as if you are in a lush Vegas-style casino. Big Wheels also has one of the largest subways in the area. So stop by Big Wheels Travel Center, where everyone's a winner.
But what was it like to play in a state championship and
awesome.
then come full circle to coach a state championship?
it was, I guess it was the thrill of my life, maybe, you know. Yeah.
Do you realize not many people get to do either?
Yeah.
And you did both?
I did both. I was fortunate, though. I had some good ball players. And when I was playing, I had a really good coach, you know. And yeah. So.
But a lot of people tell me you were a good coach. And they put you on a pedestal, and they do that for a reason. And it's got to make you feel good. And I know sometimes, most of the times when everybody sees each other, like when Mr. Luke Ford just passed away, and I go to Thibodeau and I'm talking to all these guys, and they love to tell stories. And then, like if you walked in or Kim Morvant walked in, then the story will change. Let me tell you about Coach Groh. Everybody has their own version of what happened, but they're all pretty close.
Yeah.
So the history, they're history majors too, aren't they?
Oh, yes. Yeah.
What was your favorite sport?
During school, I was got to say it was baseball. Yeah. When I got out of school, it was golf. Okay. You know, I was lucky enough to get on the. When I went back to school after I quit, I went back. I was on the golf team. We also had a bowling team, which they don't have now. I was fortunate to be on.
Well, what's all the
those.
Sports that you played? Football?
Football and baseball in high school.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
And at Nichols, I just played baseball, and then when I went back, I played golf and bowling.
And golf and bowling are sports.
I don't think they have bowling anymore at Nichols. I may be wrong.
So you played 5 sports.
Yeah, I played football in high school also.
Yeah.
I was an N. I wasn't a great end, but you know, I played a little bit. You know?
Well, that's all right.
Yeah.
But you were one heck of a coach. That team y'all had with Joe and Cam and Byron, and I'm sure I'm missing quite a few. What was that like?
Oh my God. It was. I guess it was. It's hard to explain. I mean, these guys are so good, you know. They were fun to coach, you know, and they were not only good athletes, but they were smart, you know.
Mm-hmm. But Byron wasn't that big.
Byron was a little bitty guy, 135 pounds, but he was mean. Yeah. We had some other small kids, a little Olivier boy, you know, 2 Olivier boys. They were small. I think our state championship team, when Laurie Dupont was the quarterback, he may have been the biggest one on the team as a quarterback, you know.
And he was quarterback before Joe Fake.
He was the quarterback in our 68 state champion year, and Joe was the quarterback for 1969 state championship team, yeah.
Back to back with 2 different quarterbacks.
2 different quarterbacks, yeah.
For all of your cases, including those with catastrophic significance, call Waits and Downer Law Firm. This one-on-one program has been brought to you by the law offices of Waits and Downer.
I was coaching softball at Vanderbilt and was the athletic director at Vanderbilt. We won 5 state championships in a row. We won 118 ball games in a row, which is still a national record, I think a high school record. Martin really began HTV by coming over to Vanderbilt and filming some of our softball games. I've been named, I think, 4 Hall of Fames, the Vanderbilt Catholic High Hall of Fame, the Softball Hall of Fame in the state of Louisiana, the Coaches Hall of Fame in the state of Louisiana, the Bayou Region Hall of Fame. And I would have never got those awards and notoriety if it wouldn't have been for HTV. And I'm very appreciative of that.
Led by a 7-member commission, the Terrebonne Port was created to assist our local industry in promoting economic development. We monitor government regulations that affect our local industry and work with the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers to secure maintenance dredging funds. Because the HNC is the main artery for the heartbeat of Terrebonne's economy, Terrebonne Port fights a constant battle for funding to maintain the federally authorized navigable depth. We are now leasing waterfront and non-waterfront property. Terrebonne Port Commission, serving our industry to keep Terrebonne thriving.
There are trucks, and then there's the GMC Sierra. Available with the connected driving experience. And the world's first 6-function multi-pro tailgate. GMC Sierra. It's the truck. Or get $3,500 purchase cash on select 2023 Sierra models. Or get a total of $6,000 purchase allowance when you trade in an eligible vehicle.
HTV would like to remember everyone who has gone before us in 2023. Keeping with tradition, we would like to scroll their name in our Year in Review obit program. Help us to remember how special your loved one was by sending us their name and date of passing to obits@htv10.tv. We at HTV recognize that the passing of a loved one fills our hearts with grief. Help us reflect on those who've paved the way for us and what they meant to our community.
U Drop Shipping and Crating Pros is a highly versatile company that will ship any size, any weight, anywhere. U Drop Shipping and Crating Pros is a full-service logistics provider focused on expert packing, crating, and transportation solutions. The local oil and gas industry utilizes our professional crating and shipping services that support their offshore and international needs. U Drop Shipping and Crating Pros is authorized and recognized to construct shipping crates built for exports. U Drop Shipping and Crating Pros, now at our new location at Capitol Boulevard.
And welcome back as we continue to showcase the candidates that are still left. And they are running for an office, a very important office. And joining us now is Robert Alain III, candidate for State Senate, District 21. I'm still trying to get used to Robert Alain from Brett Alain. And certainly, but looks like you made a name for yourself. You finished first in the primary. But, of course, Election Day. So 21 minutes, I know it's not a lot of time, but just give us your overall expectation, your overall thoughts on the results, and we'll start with that.
Yeah, look, we were truly honored and humbled to be in first, especially with the positive race we ran. Nothing negative came out of my campaign. We're really proud of that fact, and I think that's a testament to the people continuing to say, we don't want to see negativity. We want to know who you are, what you stand for, what your qualifications are, and we want to make our informed decision based on that.
Yeah. You're going to be going to Baton Rouge. There's so many different things that we have to deal with. Water control structures, as you know, levee systems, as you well know. But we're used to hearing about those, so we could talk a little bit about those, but some other things that seem to be on the back burner, but probably need more attention. We have an opioid crisis, not only here, nationwide. What would you see yourself being able to do and being able to advocate that might help that crisis out? Because it seems like, I know there's a lot of agencies around here that spend a lot of time trying, but the numbers still get there. What could we do?
Yeah, I think you've got to give law enforcement the tools they need, especially for the opioid, but also all illegal drugs or drugs that are getting abused, is giving law enforcement the tools to combat that. I think that we need to work on, especially the opioids, making sure at the point that they're getting abused that we can make sure we temper that down and make sure they're not getting out there in the numbers that they are.
Mm-hmm. What are some of the things, I was reading through your resume a while back, and you're young, not too young, you got a pretty good resume going, I was looking at it. What are some of the things that you're proud of, boards that you've served on, that maybe people don't know yet?
I'd say I'm really proud of my Master 100-ton captain's license. I've always advocated for secondary education, not necessarily a 4-year degree, but programs like SLCC offered a maritime program. So I went and earned my Master 100 tons captain's license, and I started my marine company from scratch as a captain. So that I'm very proud of, and always advocating for programs and schools like that. St. Mary Parish Chamber of Commerce, I've been on that board, stepped down to run for this office, but just really involved in the community and always wanting to have a better understanding of the pulse of my community.
I'm sure with a captain's license, you're very familiar with coastal restoration and coastal erosion, for that matter. What are your thoughts on that? And if successful, how, as a senator, would you bring your voice to Baton Rouge to get things done?
Yeah, I mean, look, we've spent so much money on levee systems, coastal restoration, and I fish out of Cocodrie. My place is on Redfish Street, so I see what a storm does and how important rebuilding that land and reinforcing our levees, our pumps, our control structures are. I would be advocating for new ideas for funding, because here pretty soon we're going to run out of some of the BP money that's funding a lot of these CPRA projects. I'd like to think outside the box. We're draining a lot of the nation's water, and I think we need to go to these other states. I don't think it's fair for our state to take everybody's water and everybody's sediment and us foot the entire bill. I think we need to explore different ideas for getting help from all these other states, going all the way up to Minnesota on the Mississippi.
You bring up a good point. That money, I mean, for a few years we've enjoyed some pretty good monies coming in, a lot because of disasters in the past, but whatever the reason, monies have been put to good use, good projects have been built. You made the point yourself, thinking out of the box, what are ways we can bring in more revenue or do more things? It's probably on your mind because you said it, so we really do have to think out the box, don't we?
Yeah, if you've got, like, as a businessman, I've always tried to get in front of problems. And you cannot wait until you run out of a funding source to say, you can't just call on the federal government and say, hey, we have a crisis now, we need you to write us a big check. You've got to be proactive and go and find these funding sources and have a plan.
Let's do this. We'll take a break now because I don't want to start another question with a minute left. We'll add it to the second segment. So we'll be right back with Robert Atlanta III. Once again, he is a candidate for State Senate District 21, and we're getting as many candidates on as we can. Each gets 21 minutes, so we'll take a break. We'll be right back.
Selecting an insurance provider for your business is a big decision.
With over 26 years of experience, our offered team is your solution for quality and proven coverage.
The customer service you remember from years ago is what we pride our team on.
We know how important your company is to the community.
From small businesses to large businesses, Alford & Associates can manage your insurance. It's our job.
Alford & Associates, benefiting your employees and protecting your business.
There are trucks, and then there's the GMC Sierra. Available with the connected driving experience. And the world's first 6-function multi-pro tailgate. GMC Sierra. It's the truck. Or get $3,500 purchase cash on select 2023 Sierra models. Or get a total of $6,000 purchase allowance when you trade in an eligible vehicle.
You gotta try this. And some of those. Ooh, and definitely that. You won't be disappointed, but just know you can only get it here. Up and down Louisiana's Cajun Bayou in Lafourche Parish. Y'all come visit. We're just 35 miles south of New Orleans. Hungry? Let's eat!
Hi, I'm Rhonda Alford, your host for To Your Health with Terrebonne General Health System. Our weekly show provides the latest in healthcare specialties only offered by Terrebonne General. Join us each Wednesday at 7 p.m. to stay up to date with the latest innovations in health. Terrebonne General provides healthcare breakthroughs in cardiology, cancer care, women's health, health and wellness, and much more. You don't want to miss our next To Your Health. See you then.
Hi, I'm Martin False, the owner of HTV, and I just wanted to thank my team because each and every day we come in not always looking for the negative stories. We look for the positive stories. We have so many positive people and events that shape our area. So when you're tired of all the bad things happening in the world, tune into HTV for a little positive attitude. Thanks for viewing, and thanks to a great staff.
Welcome to the Cypress Stop, your new Phillips 66 on the corner of 311 and Savannah Road. We have all your breakfast, lunch, and dinner needs with smoked ribs, smoked chicken, boudin, homemade pulled pork, and daily plate lunches. We have a very large selection of white wines, red wines, liquors, beer, tobacco, and vapes. Going fishing? We have your bait and tackle and the ice to keep your catch cool. Cypress Stop, home of the happy customer.
All right, we are back with Robert Alain III, and he is a candidate for Senate District 21. Let's talk about insurance because you're going to get a chance with a new governor, get a chance with a new insurance commissioner. Slate's clean. If elected, you would be new. So a lot of new people at the table,
Yep.
which may be good. Maybe that's good in a way. Insurance is unaffordable now. People are pulling their hair out. Their anxiety levels are at a clip we've never seen. Sometimes the insurance is more than the mortgage. What could you do?
I think you've got to attack insurance, and we talked a little bit about thinking outside of the box. Insurance is a huge problem, and you're getting people that are leaving the state that are not buying insurance, so you're shrinking your base. Also, when people are paying their houses off, a lot of them are self-insuring. So you're really losing out of both sides of your base. We've got to get that base back up. And I think with a strong economy, getting more companies to write insurance in our state, and we can do that in several ways. I think we've got to increase the market, make it more competitive, and expand our base, more and more people buying insurance. Also, like we talked about, thinking outside the box, I think we need to hold insurance companies accountable. And maybe this is a regional thing, like a southeastern conference of states that don't allow an insurance company to go right in, an Arkansas that is, not, it's a safer market than coastal. Mm-hmm. But when when the state pays out money for a program that is incentivizing, they can't just run down here, get some money, and then go back to Arkansas. I'd like to see a coalition. Yeah. I'd like to see a coalition and holding these insurance companies accountable. They need to come down here and write without just running back and forth.
Sure, the insurance companies will find a way to call that unconstitutional. But hey, take the fight to them. I agree with you. It's almost epic proportions that we're seeing this, and it's quite astonishing. Let's talk about legacy lawsuits. We all have friends that are lawyers. We all have friends on the other side that don't want to see any more lawsuits. I guess I have the luxury of being a news person. I can be right in the middle and ask the questions. But, both sides do make some points, and the points have been argued and argued and argued. Where would you fall with legacy lawsuits if elected senator?
Specifically for the oil and gas?
Right.
As a farmer, I have to keep my sugarcane fields, everything that I do, I have to keep all of my sites clean. And I think oil and gas companies have done a good job moving forward as the years go on about keeping clean and being responsible stewards of the land. But as far as suing for something that happened many, many years ago, I don't see how that's productive at all. You've got so many factors going into it. You just can't sue somebody just because.
And I was talking with some people in the oil field this week, and you make a good point. There's give and take on both sides, but I think in general, not only in the legacy lawsuits, but anywhere else, that legislation of today is being brought up because of the sins of the past.
Yep.
At what point is there a dividing line where you can say, okay, whoa, we're not our grandfather's generation, we're not our father's generation, we're a new generation. Penalize us now for what we do. Is that sort of what you're thinking?
Yeah, absolutely. And look, I've got a lot of friends in the oil and gas community, and my district is heavy oil and gas economy driven.
Mm-hmm.
And if there is a problem that's happened, I know of several cases where companies that were asked by landowners, hey, this site, needs to be cleaned up, and they go and take care of it, without getting lawyers involved. So I would like to see that. If you have a problem, a lot of these companies are willing to go and do what they need to do to clean anything up.
So I guess more self-regulation.
Sure.
Yeah, okay. Roads.
Roads.
I know you got to be hearing about roads. Everybody's hearing about roads. People are confused what's a state road, what's a local road, but around here we have a lot of state roads that are pretty much in deplorable condition. And it seems like maybe they were put on the back burner. I don't know the answer. It'd be unfair for me to criticize anybody. Maybe they were put up and just never got heard. What would you do about the roads?
The first thing I would do is make sure all funds that are allocated to roads, that 100% of that money is going to roads. I would like to work with Department of Transportation and make sure they have the resources they need, that we're not wasting money on roads. You can't, as a businessman, I don't lay out something short term. It's a long-term plan. I've seen instances where they build a road and then 2 years later they're tearing that whole road up and rerouting. I think there's a lot of waste, and I think with some more planning we can do better. I'd also like to see Highway 90 become the corridor that it deserves to be. There's a lot of traffic coming from Texas, coming from passing up Highway 90 to get to New Orleans or Florida, going east or going west, that would have taken 90 if it was a better option. And I think that's the growth this area needs. I think we're poised for growth here because growth follows interstate corridors. And I think that's what this area really needs.
And I think you're correct on that. I think if we go back to the past, I could be wrong, but maybe it's folklore, but I've heard so many times that people didn't want 90 coming through here because they were protecting lands and different things. You're prepared to take that a step further and say, we need 90 coming through here?
I think we do. Look, we've been through a rough couple of years. We've had COVID. We've had Ida. This area, this district, we're resilient, and I think we're poised for growth. You've got people my age, my generation, wanting to stay here, wanting to put down roots here. We've got to give them the roads. We've got to give businesses the infrastructure they need to be here.
All right, let's do this. We'll take a break. We'll come back for the third and final segment with candidate Robert Atlanta III. He is running for Senate District 21. Don't go away.
Save during the fall savings event at Barker Mitsubishi. Drive home a new 2023 Mitsubishi Outlander and get 3.99% APR for 72 months. Or pay just $449 a month for a 36-month lease at Barker Mitsubishi in Homa, or shop online at barkermitsubishi.com.
Every day, thousands of people hit the road heading towards their dreams. But sometimes those dreams collide with a harsh reality. Auto accidents with 18-wheelers can change lives in an instant. That's why you need the experience and expertise of St. Martin and Bork. With over 50 years of experience, St. Martin and Bork have fought for justice for the victims of truck accidents.
If you've been in a wreck with an 18-wheeler, know your rights.
Call St. Martin and Bork today to schedule your free consultation.
At South Louisiana Bank, we're great at banking, but we're great at a lot of other stuff too.
Is that a new rod and reel?
Hey, a girl's got a fish.
We care about the community we live in and the people we serve. We're not just like you. We are you.
Are you balling crawfish?
No, just letting them soak.
We're proud to be here and work for the place and the people we love. South Louisiana Bank. It's in the name.
Why make it hard when you can choose easy? Yes, during Trapp Chevrolet's Easy October event, we're making it easy to save on our biggest truck selection in months. We have the trucks, like a new 23 Chevy Silverado 1500 Crew Cab with 0% APR, no payments for 90 days, plus $1,000 cash allowance. Find trucks, and more trucks. It's not hard to save during our Easy October event at Trapp Chevrolet in Houma, where we're always on your side.
I was coaching softball at Vanderbilt and was the athletic director at Vanderbilt. We won 5 state championships in a row. We won 118 ball games in a row, which is still a national record, I think, a high school record. Martin really began HTV by coming over to Vanderbilt and filming some of our softball games. I've been named, I think, 4 Hall of Fames, the Vanderbilt Catholic High Hall of Fame, the Softball Hall of Fame in the state of Louisiana, the Coaches Hall of Fame in the state of Louisiana, the Bayou Region Hall of Fame. And I would have never got those awards and notoriety if it wouldn't have been for HTV. And I'm very appreciative of that.
Save during the fall savings event at Barker Kia in Houma. Drive home a new 2023 Kia Sportage and pay just $259 a month. That's right, pay only $259 a month for a new Sportage at Barker Kia in Houma, or shop online at barkerkia.com.
And welcome back. Martin Falls here, back again with Robert Alain III. He is a candidate for that Senate race in District 21. His father was there for a long time and very successful in his position. So we appreciate you coming and being here. Let's talk about seafood, because no fines have been levied against people that bring in seafood illegally or don't market properly. Had the lieutenant governor on not long ago. He was outraged by the fact that the boards that are supposed to be legislating this aren't really doing a good job. Your thoughts on that?
Yeah, look, I'm a rule follower. I'm a letter of the law kind of guy, and I've been a commercial alligator hunter for 20 years, so I know the markets and the seafood market in particular. We've got to stop illegal imports. We've got to stop illegal marketing and packaging. You know, my area, and especially Morgan City, you know, they have problems we've got a nice shrimp dock. It's hard for those guys with the prices to even make a living. With all of this flooded market of misplaced, mispackaged seafood, it's not helping the commercial fishermen.
And we leave it up to people. I mean, like I said on previous shows, I ask when I go to a restaurant, am I eating Louisiana shrimp? Now, some of them go, well, not really. I don't order it. So, I mean, so a lot of people, it's up to us as citizens to ask, but furthermore, it's up to the state to regulate. Just real quick, what's the biggest alligator you ever caught?
12 foot 4 inches.
That was hard to handle, I bet.
Yes, it was.
Yes, indeed. All right, Nichols State, so big for the area, so big for industry, so big for keeping people. I know you talked about 2-year degrees to keep people in the workforce, which I love that idea. Just people need to work, people need workers. Nichols State, what are your thoughts on making sure that keeps funded?
Nichols is a huge part of the lifeblood and the economy of Thibodaux, but also Senate District 21. And Nichols has some great things happening right now. There's a new nursing center being built. There's going to be a new coastal center. I want Nichols to be the epicenter of coastal restoration. There's going to be a ton of federal and state dollars spent on that. I want the people of Senate District 21 and Thibodaux and the surrounding areas to be on the forefront of that. Nichols is a great place, a great school. I'd love to do my MBA there one day. I'm a little busy at the moment, but I'm going to get over there and do that. But Nichols has a great presence and a huge community buy-in. And it's just absolutely vital that we keep Nichols funded and on the front edge of everything. For example, during the COVID, we had all the nursing shortage.
Mhm.
Imagine the number of nurses Nichols will be able to turn out now.
Which is a great point, which brings me to another question. When you have to deal with the CEOs of the local hospitals, there's so many medical centers, all of them specializing in different things, all of them so vital to the economy, because where you have a successful city, you better have a successful medical
Right.
center. If you don't, it's going to implode. What are some of the things you could do to help the medical facilities? Like you said, nursing is one of them, but other ways to help.
Yeah, and I think Nichols is in such a great position with the size of school it is. It can pivot quickly. You know, same thing with the SLCC and those type of programs. They have the ability to pivot quickly to the needs of industry. And that's always, you know, you can build a big, great school and turn out all the greatest people in this particular field. If that field is not needed, you're kind of wasting your time. So I think Nichols has done a great job of matching industry needs, local needs, and turning out those types of students.
Let's talk a little bit with about 2.5 minutes left, a little bit about your family and how it shaped you, and maybe is that one of the reasons why you decided to get in?
Yeah. Look, I grew up a traditional South Louisiana family. You know, we all did our part. My dad was raised on a sugarcane farm. My mom was raised on a dairy farm. You know, we were just raised frugal people, and everyone chipped in to do their part. Everybody had their chores. So that helped shape me at a young age, and I'm raising my kids the same way. The big reason I'm in this race is I watched both of my sisters get educated here, and they left the state for better opportunities. One became a doctor, one became an engineer. They'd have loved to stay here. The opportunities were not here for them. And with the amount of resources we have here, there's no excuse for that. So I looked at my two little girls, and I decided that I wasn't going to sit down and just wait and see what happened. That if I could do something about it, I don't want them to have to make that same decision that my sisters made. So we're going for it. We want a better future. We want reform. And my generation is letting everybody know that.
Got about 1.5 minutes left, maybe final question. Large budget in Baton Rouge. What makes you qualified to handle such a large budget? And I know y'all have had a big family business for a long time, but what makes you qualified to be the penny counter?
So family sugarcane farm, it's a large budget. We have a large farm, and you know, having to watch the price increases of equipment, you've got to make smart decisions. And then I started my own marine company from scratch. I built my first barge. I watched every single penny. I didn't take salary for 2 years. I think being frugal when you don't have money makes you, when you do have money, spend it more wisely.
All right. Robert, thank you so much for coming. Thanks for running. We appreciate that. We'd like to see good young blood get in the races. We appreciate it. And thank you so much, and look forward to talking with you all as the race develops.
Thank you.
Thank you. Once again, Robert Alland III is a candidate for District 21 here in the area. So once again, I just want to urge everybody watching these programs, go out and vote. Make your voice heard. Already we're being touted as low voter turnout. You can make that difference. Get those numbers up. And once again, everybody gets a shot on Bayou Time. We'll see you around the corner.
Honda. It's better at Barker. New Accord. Sleeker style. More performance. All new, bigger HRV. It's hot. All new Pilot. Honda's most rugged SUV ever. Civic. CRV. Passport. Odyssey. And with every new Honda purchase, the Honda Service Pass provides 2 years, 24,000 miles prepaid maintenance. Barker Honda in Homa. It's better at Barker.
Structural heart disease refers to a defect in the heart's valves, walls, or chambers that keeps the heart from pumping blood properly. Valve or structural heart problems may be present at birth or develop over time. Your risk increases if you have high blood pressure, plaque buildup, history of heart attack, take certain medications, or have certain heart infections. The Structural Heart Program at CIS and Terrebonne General provides innovative solutions and devices with the latest technology to bring the best possible outcomes for patients. Learn more at cardio.com.
Hi, I'm Councilwoman Jessica Domang, and today we're going to talk about school zone safety.
Drivers are required to yield to pedestrians in a crosswalk. Always stop when someone is in the road and wait for them to cross completely before proceeding. Follow the speed limit and always stop when school buses are picking up and dropping off students.
Keeping students safe is a community responsibility, so let's all do our part.
There are so many reasons to buy your next new car from A.J. Doman Chevrolet, but don't take our word on it. Hear what our customers have to say.
Recently, I purchased my fourth vehicle from A.J. Doman Chevrolet. Why? Because they build relationships here.
Their service team has kept my vehicles running like new, and their sales team has done things for me that I never expected from a car dealership.
A.J. Doman Chevrolet, serving the area for over 38 years, at the foot of the Morgan City Bridge in Berwick.
Terrebonne General Health System is the largest healthcare resource in southeast Louisiana, offering a high-tech and high-touch style of healing. World-renowned services include cardiology, women's health, cancer care, and a healthy lifestyle center.
This is a true calling for all the physicians, nurses, and staff who make up our proud Terrebonne General family. We are here to provide healthcare for our community.
To discover more, please visit tghealthsystem.com.
Domestic violence is daunting, and the psychological effects can do enduring damage. Obviously, all abuse needs to end. But how? The Terrebonne Parish District Attorney's Office is dedicated to ending domestic violence and helping those who have already experienced it. Our office supports many programs that educate and adjudicate abuse towards women. If you are a victim of abuse, call the Terrebonne Parish District Attorney's Office at 873-6500.
Hey guys, welcome to the broadcast today. We're happy that you're with us. We call this show Training to Win in Life because we believe this: as long as Jesus is the Lord of your life, you'll always win. You can overcome anything. So let's pray. Father, thank you so much for our friends today, and I pray that you speak to them in this message. In Jesus' name, amen. I'll see you at the end of the service. So today I want to talk to you about throw down that altar. And it comes out of the study of Gideon, and we're going to look at it just for a moment again today. But it goes back to this point. Israel is in a bad place. They've been captured, they're enslaved, and there's one man, Gideon, who begins to cry out unto the Lord. But we also know there was a prophet who was sent to the nation of Israel to tell them how to get corrected. So it was almost like this simultaneous event. The prophetic word comes, God moves, he speaks to Gideon. Gideon begins to move towards a place of redemption, but Gideon is a man who's broken. He's obsolete, he's hidden in obscurity. He doesn't have anything, any skill that he sees that's possible for him to deliver Israel, but God says, but I'm going to use you. And God is speaking to every one of us today as believers that we have that potential to be world changers. We know that. We've been sent into all the world to preach the gospel, to deliver truth, to carry the heart of God for humanity. And the more we do that, the more the impact that we have on culture. The culture of the kingdom is supposed to be spread. We're not talking about religion, because religion, it boxes people up. It puts people in prison. It's like, this is the system you got to live within. And Jesus says, but the system that I am is so much bigger and broader than your little system. Right. So at least here, what we try to do is liberate people. That's why you see such a flow. People come in, they go out, because there's no bondage. I didn't call you in. I can't hold you back. But those who have the ear to hear the voice of God, they're going to stay. In other words, if you're available to hear what the Spirit of God is saying in this house and it captures your heart, then you're going to stay. All right. So in John chapter 16, verse 8, Jesus makes this prophetic decree into the future, but the future is our present life. And he says, when he, the Holy Spirit, comes, he will expose the error of the godless world's view. And I want you to take note of this because this is important in today's message. We have to make sure that our view of God is not based on a godless system. And look, it's a battle that we all face. It's a struggle intellectually. It's a struggle with the mental eye on the inside of how you see the future. It's really based upon your perception, your ability to know what is right and how to live it out. I believe in the heart of every man and woman there is a heartbeat. It beats by the rhythm of God to want to know how to do right. I know there was a time in our life that we were captured in sin and we were slaves to sin. But it didn't change the fact that listen, when I was a sinner, I still wanted to serve God. I just didn't know how. I was stuck in a religious system that didn't teach me how to do it. But yet they did their best, but it was the system that I was in. It was only when Mom got born again and Mom opened her heart to Jesus, and then that allowed Christ into the home. And when Christ came into the home, then of course Mom interceding and crying out and praying for her children and her husband to be saved and to be born again, that opened the avenue for God to then move in and begin to capture one by one each kid's heart. Thank God for a praying mama. And in that moment, the view on life begins to change. So he says, the Holy Ghost will come and he will expose the error. He will expose the error. Why don't we just take a moment and lift up our hands and ask God if there's any error in our belief system to expose it. Come on, he will expose the error of any belief that we have in our life that's not in line with the will of God. So he says he will expose the error of the godless world's view of sin, righteousness, and judgment. He'll show them that their refusal to believe, a refusal to believe in me, is their basic sin. That righteousness comes from above. It's not something that you earn or something that you live out. Righteousness is a gift of God, and it comes from above, where I am with the Father and out of sight and out of control. In other words, it's a faith issue. You take righteousness by faith. You say, what does that mean? Well, when you're coming out of sin, you don't believe, and it's very difficult to believe that you're loved by God and you have a right standing with God, but you got to take it by faith. You don't work for it. You can't maneuver it. You can't work it up. You can't jump through enough hoops. Your righteousness, according to the scripture, piles up as a filthy stack of rags. So what do I have to do then? I receive by faith the righteousness that comes from above. And then he goes on to say that judgment takes place as the ruler of this godless world is brought to trial and convicted. Now, I really want you to comprehend that I believe that this right here, this is a big statement in today's message, like what I want to share with you today, because the Holy Ghost comes and he corrects the error of our godless world's perspective. There's a godless world, and it puts a view within us, but he also says that judgment takes place when the ruler of this godless world is brought to trial and convicted. Or in other words, when I begin to recognize that my thought life is not in line with the kingdom of God, and I begin to identify it, I bring judgment to that evil. You see, you got to be able to, once you begin to capture that the war that's really going on is for your belief system that goes on in your mind, your heart. It's the value of your life. Like, what do you really value? Do you value righteousness, or do you value more the stuff you have? Because if you value the stuff that you have a sense of righteousness, but it really won't be the righteousness that comes from God, because your value comes from the stuff. Your value is not in the person of Jesus Christ. The more that I value him, the more I understand my right place. And the more I understand my right place, I get greater revelation. There are just these moments in life, I'm sure you've experienced them as well, but you're just walking through life and all of a sudden the light bulb goes on and you see a revelation that shows up. And all of a sudden, I don't know how you respond to it, but I'm going to tell you what I do. I stop and I say what he says, or I stop and I do what he does, because I understand that these are like, sometimes they're fleeting moments. If you don't capture them, you lose them. And man, we've got to become much better at this. But if you capture that thought and he says, make this correction, then make the correction. You see, judgment takes place in the life of any human being as the ruler of this godless world is brought to trial and convicted. I recognize this is not good in my life, and I'm going to put it under my feet. In Jesus' name, judgment just took place. All right, you see, it's difficult to believe that, huh? But it's the way it works. You have been authorized with kingdom authority and power, and yet we play around as like we're little children in a playground, like we have no power or any authority to conduct business for our own well-being. You have all authority to take back your life. So Jesus says, you see, still I have a lot of things I want to tell you, but right now you can't handle them. And I asked myself this question, oh God, please, why is this true? Why are we in a place that we can't handle truth? I just want this to change. I don't know how you see it, but I want to be able to be available to hear truth, because I can handle it. Shape up, stand up, put your chest out, act like a warrior of God. I know you feel like you're nobody and you have no influence, but stand up and say what I say. Take your life back. Become who I've called you to be. But most of the times we don't do it because I come out of a poor place. I'm a poor man. I'm a broke, busted. My life is so disgusting. Well, as long as you believe that, that's the type of lifestyle you meditate on, you think about it, and you manifest. But at some point, I got to change it. You know, I can always talk about where I came from. I can always talk to you about what I've been around. I could always tell you about the poor trailer I came out of. I can tell you about the rats and the possums and all the stuff that we killed in our little trailer. But listen, life has progressed beyond that now. You know? Now it's kind of nasty if you just got to step on a big old cockroach. I mean, at one point I was shooting rats and possums under the bed. I've made progress. Every now and then I get to step on a roach. How many of you remember where you were but where you are? How many of you can say the Lord is good? I can remember when we were new parents and couldn't figure out what it was to be a parent. You always figured you knew what it was like to be a parent. And then that child doesn't stop screaming in the middle of the night. And you wonder if they gave you the right child when you came home. You know? And then you can't figure out how to get them through the dating ages and all the stuff that they go through, how to keep them in faith and how to keep them walking along with Jesus. But I'm going to tell you, for us, the main thing that we had to do was to be real with my kids. It's like to be dad would be to be dad in the pulpit and to be dad at home. It's not to have two different lifestyles. It's to live righteous all the time, to the best of your ability. And when you miss it, you tell them, I'm sorry. You say, have you ever apologized to your kids? What? Absolutely. Bad attitude, wrong approach, whatever it could be, yeah. But you know what the result is? All your kids follow along because they see something they want to follow. Amen. So in verse 13, but when the friend, the Holy Ghost comes, the Spirit of truth, he will take you by the hand guide you into all truth there is. Hallelujah. You see, just a moment ago, he says you can't handle it. But when the Spirit of God is now living within you, he takes you and he guides you into all the truth that there is. Somebody should have shouted, because he just gave you that you got all the truth now available to you. And he won't draw attention to himself, but he will make sense of everything that's going on around you. Listen, guys, I want you to know that when Jesus died, when he was buried, and he was raised from the dead, since slavery on your life, the hold that it had was rolled off. That's a fact. But it requires necessary shifts within our hearts to keep us moving into this new season. You can't be satisfied with status quo. You can't be satisfied with where I'm at today. Does your heart still burn with fire because you want more of him? Does your heart still long for his presence like it once did? But it should even more so long for presence because you have greater quantities of him. Do you know him in a fresh way, a new way? Or is it just life as normal? I just want you to know that if we don't embrace Christ in his righteousness, won't we also share in Satan's judgment? In other words, Satan's judgment is basically this: defeated and in darkness. So I have to embrace righteousness, because when I do, I get delivered from the defeat and the darkness. So that means I got to start thinking correctly. When you find yourself thinking dark things, it's either because you value that, or you've just been deceived for such a long time that now you've got to break the curse. You've got to become a warrior of God. You see, God was calling Gideon out of obscurity and to make him the warrior that would set a nation free. Let me show you some assets of a warrior. A warrior's mindset is this: a warrior allows one to face challenges, to face adversity with courage, to face every day with strength and determination. It's a mindset. And every believer should have this type of mindset, that no matter what I'm faced with, it may be a challenge, it may be an adversity, but I have the courage of Christ. I have the strength of God, and I have the determination to overcome anything that faces me. Because the greater one now lives in me. You don't have to be afraid, and you don't have to be overwhelmed. So the character traits then of a warrior is that you're willing to suffer if necessary. In other words, what does it take for me to get free? Do I have to turn off the TV for a week and seek Jesus for a week? Come on, that's a pretty high price to pay. I don't know if I could do that. What about maybe I just need to do away with some food for a while so that my spirit attention will come up and I'll kind of crush the cravings of my natural life? Well, maybe that's too steep. I mean, what's too steep that you can't get free? Just more quality time with Jesus? But the warrior is someone who says, it doesn't matter what I have to suffer, because my job is to defend myself against the enemy, but it's also to defend others. You see, character traits of a warrior is that they value strength because they detest weakness. They refuse. Warriors refuse to be characterized as wimps. Let me say that again. Warriors refuse. Just can't have it. You will not call me weak. So warrior is confident, but disciplined and brave. You see, the reason that we say discipline is important, because in Judges chapter 6, verse 25 through 26, that it came to pass that the same night that Gideon, earlier, he had presented the Lord his gift. It was an offering that he presented to the Lord. And the Lord consumed it with fire. But that night, the journey continues on. You would think that's wonderful, but it's not enough. You got to go deeper, Gideon. And the Lord said unto him, take thy father's young bullock, even the second bullock of 7 years old. The 7 years here represents the time that they had been in slavery. And throw down the altar of Baal that is in your father's house. Amen. Holy smokes. I'm calling you to be a deliverer. I'm calling you, young man, to rise up and to deliver this nation. But in order to do this, you've got to put down everything that misrepresents true worship. You've got to do it. I need you to step up. I'm going to need you to be courageous, confident. I'm going to need you to be brave. I need you to be bold. But you're going to have to be disciplined, because you have to know that I, God, am speaking to you, and you got to do this. Now, in our lives, there are not a lot of pagan gods all over the place. There are times you see reflections of things, but more than anything, it's the pagan thought process that lives in our heart. Come on, amen. That we just are settled with. It's good enough. Right. Instead of rooting up, digging out, getting rid of everything that is of an antichrist spirit. I'm sorry that this is not popular, but I'm trying to minister to warriors. Come on. I'm looking for warriors who are willing to stand up and to say, you know what? I have a nation to defend in my prayer closet. I have a community that needs my help. I may be obscure and nobody knows who I am, but I know the call of God on my life is greater than what I'm feeling right now. And I have the ability to get a word from God and play my part and draw out my arrows and launch them into the heavens and release the glory of God. But I can't do it if I'm weak. I can't do it if I'm locked up into some form of bondage. So Gideon is instructed, tear it down. Cut down the groves. Know what that means? Cut down everything around that idol that makes it pretty. See, they would grow these beautiful, lush gardens around these gods so that it would be beautiful. He says, everything in your life that makes you think that that is beautiful, root it out. Cut it down. Get rid of it. And then he says, and then build an altar. The proper altar unto the Lord thy God. But I want you to do it right on top of this rock. The same place that you met with before, upon this revelation, you build that altar. Reestablish proper honor. Reestablish the worship that is supposed to be going on in this nation. And do it in the ordered place. And the second bullock, offer that bullock as a burnt offering with the wood of the grove that thou shalt cut down. So in other words, you're going to take all of it, and you're going to present it to the Lord, and you're going to let it all be burned. How many of you know it's better that all of our deficiency be burned on this side of eternity than judged on that side? All right, just consider that. All of my deficiencies, it is better for me to present them to Jesus today. All of my lustful thoughts, all of my hatred, my bitterness, my anger, my frustration, my fear, just confess it all. Get it out and let it all be burned in proper judgment by your care. You do it. You bring it to Jesus and say, I recognize this is unright. It's unrighteous. I'm not supposed to be angry. I'm not supposed to be frustrated, but I am. They got me mad. Yeah, happens to all of us. You see, when I look at Gideon, I say, you know, I understand, Gideon, the struggle and the challenge of becoming one with the Word. Gideon has to believe that the Word is true. He has to believe now that it's so true that he's going to obey it. But the moment that he begins to move in that direction, Gideon is moving into destiny and the destiny of history. He will always be remembered. He was once in obscurity. Nobody knew who he was. Nobody cared who he was. But now the whole world knows who Gideon is, because God lifted him up. So I want to go back to this. It's time to tear the walls down. Tear down these nasty altars, because really what it is the valley of decisions. Choose you this day whom shall you serve. You serve the Lord God, the one that you say that you love and adore, or do you continue to serve the old lifestyle, your mindset, your brokenness? Why do you give yourself permission to sin and qualify it because it's grace? You shouldn't qualify nothing under grace. You should be running into repentance. It's the invitation called holiness. I know life is hard, and look, this is not easy stuff. Doggone, man, we're all in this world. We all have struggles. So I'm not here preaching at you. I'm in the fight. I want less of me and more of him, but I got to fight to go there. I've got to discipline myself to go there. So orders are given to Gideon to begin judgment with the reformation of his father's house. Look at that. Judgment begins with the reformation. You got to reestablish stuff, put stuff back in order, or perhaps it's never been in order. Get it in order. Maybe you're out of order. Get back in order. Maybe it's never been in order. We'll bring order in. You know, and that can be fearful at sometimes, because I don't know if you've ever experienced this, but I have. It's like, I want to do what's right and I know it's right, but it seems fearful to do it right because I don't know what's the outcome of right. I do know what the outcome, if I do this natural stuff, I know what the outcome of that is. So sometimes it's easier to do what's natural because I know the outcome than to do something supernatural because I don't know the outcome except in the promise. So in Judges chapter 6, verse 15, I want to make this statement before I read this, that misdirected worship is what really creates our poverty and our impoverished mindset. Because in Judges chapter 6, remember we read Judges 6, 25 through 26, this is where God is telling Gideon, get rid of the broken stuff, the broken worship, get rid of that. But he makes this confession in verse 15, he says, O Lord, wherein shall I save Israel? Behold, my family is poor, and I am least in my father's house. How did that come about? Because they were worshipers of Baal. If you believe that holding on to darkness will profit you, it's a deception. It is the root of poverty. It's the root of brokenness. And then we want to blame Jesus. Where are you at in your loving kindness and tender mercies? Well, where are you at? You like holding on to that false way of believing. Now, please, I'm not pointing you out because we're all struggling with this. Hey, guys, welcome back. Listen, I'd like for you to do this. Open your heart and ask Jesus to come into your life. It's the greatest decision you can ever make. It's the greatest step of faith you'll ever take, is to welcome Christ into your heart. When you do that, he begins to build his character, his traits on the inside of you. But you just have to call out for him. And the moment you do, he comes. Just say this, Lord, I give you my heart. I give you my life. Do something with it. In Jesus' name, amen. Now you need a good church family. And so I want to invite you to Thibodeau Family Church. We're located at 785 North Canal Boulevard, Sunday mornings at 10 a.m. and Wednesday evenings at 7. We'd love for you to come and fellowship with us. Remember, we love you. The Lord reigns, and we'll see you soon. God bless.
There are so many reasons to buy your next new car from AJ Doman Chevrolet, but don't take our word on it. Hear what our customers have to say.
Recently, I purchased my fourth vehicle from AJ Doman Chevrolet. Why? Because they build relationships here.
Their service team has kept my vehicles running like new, and their sales team has done things for me that I never expected from a car dealership.
AJ Doman Chevrolet, serving the area for over 38 years, at the foot of the Morgan City Bridge in Berwick.
Selecting an insurance provider for your business is a big decision.
With over 26 years of experience, our offer team is your solution for quality and proven coverage.
The customer service you remember from years ago is what we pride our team on.
We know how important your company is to the community.
From small businesses to large businesses, Alford & Associates can manage your insurance. It's our job.
Alford & Associates, benefiting your employees and protecting your business.
Cardiovascular Institute of the South is celebrating 40 years of delivering health care to our patients and communities. Founded by Dr. Craig Walker in 1983 and guided by a mission to provide the highest quality cardiovascular care available, CIS has pioneered hundreds of firsts to improve outcomes for cardiovascular diseases. Through new technology, virtual care, outpatient procedures, and national growth, CIS is improving lives and leading the way for advanced care and innovation.
There are trucks, and then there's the GMC Sierra. Available with the connected driving experience. And the world's first 6-function multi-pro tailgate. GMC Sierra. It's the truck. Or get $3,500 purchase cash on select 2023 Sierra models. Or get a total of $6,000 purchase allowance when you trade in an eligible vehicle.
Pelican Waste and Debris is your local company. We don't just work here, we live here and understand the unique challenges that face our region. Our commitment to our community and customers and love for Louisiana keeps us motivated. Pelican meets every residential and commercial service need, offering roll-off, front-load, and compactor services, ideal for hotels, restaurants, apartments, construction or industrial sites, and much more. We also make recycling simple and cost-efficient, offering single-stream recycling program options. We have set the highest standards for environmental protection, community engagement, and guaranteed client satisfaction. Visit pelicanwaste.net or call us at 985-873-9553 to save money with hassle-free service. Our team has over 100 years of experience, so we know how to make you happy. The sky is the limit, so fly with the Pelican.
Welcome to Your Health. I'm your host, Rhonda Alfred, and joining us on this episode is Dr. Tanya Kohal, a pulmonologist and critical care specialist at Terrebonne General Health System. We will be discussing her role in pulmonology and the vital service that she'll bring to our community. Welcome to the show, Dr. Kohal.
Thank you so much for having me.
All right, well, let's get started with you telling us a little bit more about yourself and your role at Terrebonne General Health System.
Sure. So I grew up in California, but have lived in a lot of different places, did all of my training out in Detroit, then moved down here for a fellowship at LSU, and I'll be providing pulmonary and critical care services here at Terrebonne.
Okay, so you fell in love with Louisiana at LSU, right?
I sure did. I didn't want to leave.
Well, we're happy to have you. So what first made you decide to get into the medical field?
You know, I really wasn't sure when I was in college. I was interested in so many things, like a lot of people are, and I started volunteering at a free clinic, and it just felt really great to be able to interact with people in a moment when, you know, they might be very happy, they might be very sad or stressed out, and be able to help them.
All right, and why did you decide to pursue a career in pulmonary medicine?
Pulmonary medicine is so interesting. Breathing and how you feel about breathing affects everybody's lives every day. And when people are sick, they really feel it. It's nice to be able to engage in partnership in their care and also to work in a field that has a lot of new exciting changes coming.
All right, and that includes critical care as well.
Correct, yes.
Okay, and what type of illnesses or disorders do you treat?
So we see a host of different patients in the ICU, of course, that are really ill. In the clinic, we encourage anybody that has any kind of lung disease that they already know about, asthma, COPD, pulmonary fibrosis, anything like that, to come see us. Or, if they just aren't feeling well or starting to feel short of breath, we're happy to evaluate them and see how they're doing.
Okay, and tell us more about, as a pulmonary and pulmonologist and critical care specialist, how are you going to be helping patients in the hospital and at your clinic?
Yeah, so we're going to be helping with, in the hospital and clinic, both with diagnoses, in the clinic, a little bit more with longitudinal care, and I'm hopeful that even in our ICU patients and the patients we're seeing in the hospital, that they can keep following up with us in the clinic.
All right, and why do you think this specialty is so beneficial to our community and health system?
I think pulmonary diseases are really something that affect a lot of people in our community. Louisiana has one of the highest smoking rates of anywhere in the country, and with that comes a lot of lung disease, and I think it's important that we have people in the community that are helping take care of people.
Okay, and just a little bit more about the types of illnesses that you treat.
Sure. So COPD, which is a common disease that we see in the community, especially with people that have been smokers. Asthma, which is also really common in children as well as adults. But even some of our more rare diseases, pulmonary fibrosis, pulmonary hypertension, are all things that we can help people with in our clinic.
Okay, and what are you most excited about starting your career here at Terrebonne General?
I'm really excited about everybody I'm going to be working with. I feel like we have such a great team in our clinic and in the hospital. I feel like from the patients I've met so far, everybody in this community is so incredible. They're just amazing patients, amazing people, and they have some incredible stories.
Okay, and what is your favorite type of illness to treat?
I would say probably lung nodules, COPD, and asthma.
Tell me about some of the latest developments in pulmonology.
So some of the things that we're seeing in the field that I think are really benefiting patients, especially those with lung nodules, so people that have spots in their lungs that we want to investigate, is we have a whole new line of what we call robotic bronchoscopies that are just starting to take off in the field, and hopefully we'll be people that continue to provide that service or are able to provide that service here, which is something that is really cutting edge and I think will benefit our community.
Yeah.
Other things we've noticed is that we're starting to have new medications that we're using for treating things like ILD and pulmonary fibrosis, and there's a lot of research being done in those fields as well as pulmonary hypertension. And every year I think we're adding to the number of therapies that we can give patients.
So you help patients to be able to have a higher quality of life while they're dealing with some of these disorders.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think, that's one of the most important things to us as pulmonologists. We know it's really horrible when you can't breathe and you feel short of breath. So we focus a lot on taking care of patients' symptoms and talking to them about their quality of life and disease management in our clinic.
All right. What are 3 of the most important things you want people to know about pulmonology?
So I want them to know that please don't be intimidated by coming to see us, even if you're short of breath and you don't know why. It's been a long time or a short time. We are happy to help. We have a great clinic staff and pulmonary function crew that helps us do all of our ancillary testing, and that we will try and get to the bottom of what's going on with you. I think another thing I really want people to know is that we are kind of the catch-all doctors. We can see you in the hospital. We can also see you in the clinic. We do all of our own procedures. So when you come to see us in the clinic, we're really going to take care of you from start to finish.
All right. Well, great. And are you accepting new patients?
We are, so I'm happy to see anyone in the community that wants to come see us. We have a lot of clinic availability right now for me personally and one of our other new providers. So please come. We're happy to see you, and we're looking forward to seeing people.
All right. And how can patients schedule an appointment with you? Do they need a referral or?
So they can get a referral. We also have a clinic phone number, and they can call us and make an appointment.
All right. Well, thank you so much for sharing all this information with us, and welcome aboard.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
For more information about pulmonology care at Terrebonne General Health System, visit tghealthsystem.com. Thanks for joining us on To Your Health. I'm your host, Rhonda Alfred, and we'll see you right back here next week.
Here at Rouse's, we have our own brands of products which you'll find down every aisle of our stores. These are the best quality at the best price. They compare to the national brands we sell, but at a lower cost. Most are made right here, but we travel the world too. And we personally taste test and guarantee every item. So if our name's on the label, you can trust it's good. Rouse's brand, best quality at the best price.
Dive into Sportsman's Paradise at Sportsman Cycle and Marine. We're your new exclusive dealer for Easy-Go golf carts in St. Mary Parish. See the whole line, plus a full inventory of Sea-Doos and Yamaha Wave Runners, Honda and Yamaha Power Sports, and a huge variety of utility and off-road vehicles, plus a wide selection of accessories for everything in stock. Come visit our new 26,000-foot facility on Highway 182 in Morgan City, packed with the rides you need to live your adventure. Sportsman Cycle and Marine.
There are trucks, and then there's the GMC Sierra. Available with the connected driving experience. And the world's first 6-function multi-pro tailgate. GMC Sierra. It's the truck. Or get $3,500 purchase cash on select 2023 Sierra models. Or get a total of $6,000 purchase allowance when you trade in an eligible vehicle.
Give where you live. The Terrebonne Church's United Food Bank.
Hi, I'm Martin False, the owner of HTV, and I just wanted to thank my team because each and every day we come in not always looking for the negative stories. We look for the positive stories. We have so many positive people and events that shape our area. So when you're tired of all the bad things happening in the world, tune into HTV for a little positive attitude. Thanks for viewing, and thanks to a great staff.
Thank you again for choosing Trapp Cadillac Chevrolet. Trapp Cadillac Chevrolet has been serving South Louisiana for over 50 years. That's right, 50 years. No matter how much Trapp has grown, you can count on hometown feel, friendly service every time you stop it. Our unmatched service and diverse Chevrolet, Cadillac, and pre-owned inventory has set us apart as the preferred car dealer in South Louisiana. We're also known for our outstanding auto repair service, changing your oil quickly and easy financing. We promise to always give the most in your auto buying experience here at Trapp Cadillac Chevrolet in Houma.
Welcome to Your Health. I'm your host, Rhonda Alfred, and joining us on this episode is Dr. Piomia Brown, pulmonologist, critical care, and sleep medicine specialist with Terrebonne General Health System. Today, we're going to learn more about her role and the vital services that she's going to provide to our community. Welcome to the show, Dr. Brown.
Thank you so much, Rhonda. I'm happy to be here.
All right, well, let's get started with you telling us a little bit more about yourself and your role at Terrebonne General.
Awesome. So I am a pulmonary critical care and sleep specialist. I'm originally from South Carolina, and I came to Terrebonne General because, number one, so many people raved about the community. And so when I came here after finishing fellowship at LSU in pulmonary and critical care, I wanted to come and join this community because of its warmth, and I'm just happy to be able to provide the services of sleep medicine, pulmonary, and critical care here.
We're so glad to have you. And yes, you're never going to find a better place with food or people.
I hear that.
So let's talk about you a little bit more. Why did you first decide to get into medicine?
Well, I grew up in a community and in a family of educators. My mom, my aunts, my uncles, everyone, they're professors or teachers or principals. And aside from that, I felt that after my father got sick, he became ill, and we did spent a lot of time in the hospitals. I found that the care that he received was beneficial to our family, and I wanted to be able to provide that type of care to other people as nurses and doctors and all members of the healthcare field have provided for my family.
All right. And why did you decide to pursue a career in pulmonology, critical care, and then specialize in sleep medicine?
Well, that actually started in fellowship, or actually residency. I was terrified to be in the ICU, but my first actual rotation in the ICU was the most rewarding part of my time in medicine. The connections that I made with families, the ability to talk to families and help them understand the intensity of their medical history and medical care brought me so much joy and fulfillment. And pulmonary medicine, there's just such amazing pathology and that gratification that you can provide patients to see instant changes in both the ICU and in both pulmonary medicine. And as it pertains to sleep medicine specifically, sleep medicine is kind of an underknown or underrepresented field of medicine that people aren't really aware of its importance. And I wanted to be able to shed light to the community on what sleep medicine actually is. And I know you're probably going to ask me about sleep medicine.
That's my next question. Tell us more about it and how many people are affected by it.
Well, people are affected by sleep, and the numbers and the diagnoses that fall under the umbrella of sleep medicine is really kind of astonishing. Things that we all hear about sleep apnea. So when you're not able to breathe during sleep, that's one of the big things in sleep medicine that people know about. But there's so much more. Insomnia, not being able to fall asleep. Hypersomnia, sleeping way too much and not being able to enjoy your family and your life. Movement disorders in sleep, like restless legs. Dream reenactments. People think, oh, yeah, I've been dreaming about war and I ended up fighting my partners. Well, those are things that we can actually look at, diagnose, and help treat, because sleep affects all of our major organs, all of our daily functioning. And then when you don't have adequate sleep, when your oxygen to your brain and your other organs are not actually being delivered, it's detrimental.
Yeah. So how do you treat sleep disorders?
So depending on what the diagnosis is, we tailor therapy based on that. So what people would generally do, you see a sleep specialist, we talk about the history, we go into detail about, the timing of your sleep, the activities that happen around your sleep. And based on that, we do studies, which could include, number one, just as simple as a diary. Let's keep track of what you're doing when you're sleeping. Sleep studies, you can do them at home or you can do them in the lab, and that will be based on, after we evaluate you, what we would believe would be the best form of diagnosis. We do a sleep study where you literally sleep, we watch you sleep, and then we see what the numbers show. And then we come back and we say, hey, maybe it's medications. There are devices that we use to help give you oxygen and keep your airways open. There are different activities and habits that we change. And those are the ways that we treat sleep disorders.
Mm-hmm. Very interesting. So let's just change a little bit. What are you most excited about for your career at Terrebonne General?
I'm really excited about the people in the community. I have not experienced such warmth and sense of community since in medical training or even out in practice. The community is so welcoming. The people are genuinely so wonderful, and they appreciate the care that you provide. And this community is so rich in its own culture in itself, and I'm just happy to be a part of it.
Well, great. And are you accepting new patients in your clinic?
Absolutely. Please come and see us in our clinic. Your primary care doctors specifically, will send referrals, or cardiologists or whomever they deems that it's necessary to be evaluated. They will send referrals to our clinic, and we will happy to get you in quickly as possible.
All right. So you do need a physician referral?
Yes.
All right. Well, thank you so much for being on the show, and we're so glad to have you to our community.
Awesome. I'm so happy to be here. Thank you so much, Rhonda.
For more information about Dr. Piomia Brown or sleep medicine, visit tghealthsystem.com. I'm your host, Rhonda Alford. Thanks so much for joining us on To Your Health, and we'll see you right back here next week.
There are trucks, and then there's the GMC Sierra. Available with the connected driving experience. And the world's first 6-function multi-pro tailgate. GMC Sierra. It's the truck. Or get $3,500 purchase cash on select 2023 Sierra models. Or get a total of $6,000 purchase allowance when you trade in an eligible vehicle.
Here at South Louisiana Bank, we know the importance of working together as a team.
We're always here for you when you need a loan. By the way, here's that crawfish powder you needed. You can borrow it anytime.
So whether it's business or personal banking, we do it all. Visit our locations to find out how we can support your financial needs.
Good luck with the restaurant.
Thank you. And tell your mama thanks for the recipe. Her secret's safe with me.
I will.
South Louisiana Bank. It's better when we bank together.
Great news, home of businesses. We're here. We are Rev, a telecommunications provider with powerful solutions and unmatched local support. We've been bringing Louisiana people, businesses, and culture together for 85 years. Our fiber network delivers superior internet, phone, and security. It's big business technology with small business personal service.
For a limited time, get up to $300 off business services. Call or visit us today at letsrev.biz.
My name is Joshua Van Buren. I've been a firefighter for 14 years. A firefighter is a person who answers the call. It can be a mother, a father, a son, a brother. I think it actually chose me, honestly. I really wanted to find something that not just be a job. I wanted to feel like I was serving my purpose. It's almost like you a superhero.
West Park Self-Storage is a state-of-the-art storage facility with clean, convenient, and secure climate-controlled storage. Our professional storage counselors are here to assist you with all your storage needs. We now offer after-hour access, and you can access your unit 7 days a week. We also have parking for RVs, boats, and cars with 24-hour access. West Park Storage would like to thank you for 20 years of business.
There are so many reasons to buy your next new car from AJ Doman Chevrolet, but don't take our word on it. Hear what our customers have to say.
AJ Doman has been taking care of the veterans with the vehicles for over 20 years. Very helpful, very polite to all the military guys.
My family and I have been shopping here for over 20 years. The sales team is great, and the service department is unmatched.
AJ Doman Chevrolet, serving the area for over 38 years, at the foot of the Morgan City Bridge in Berwick.
Hello and welcome to this edition of Eat Right with Rouse's. I'm your host, Keith Whiteside. Thanks so much for joining us as we welcome in our favorite dietitian with Rouse's, April Sins. Hello, April.
Hey, Keith. How are you today?
I am doing very, very well. Thank you. But listen, I think so many people are really trying to find some unique ways to get vegetables in. You always have so many great recommendations for that. Really looking forward to what we're doing today.
Yes, I love to go in the Rouse's and walk around the produce department and think about how can I be creative in the kitchen. And so, Keith, I wanted to show everybody the spaghetti squash as an option for dinner. So this is a really fun way to have a plant-forward dish. So you can look for your spaghetti squash. They come in, some are larger than others. And so you get whatever size you feel comfortable with. And you bring it home and wash it. Wash the outside of it. Okay. And what we're going to do is we're going to make a stuffed spaghetti squash with using this spaghetti squash, okay? Now, the cool thing about spaghetti squash is that once it's cooked and you peel back the layers of the inside of it, it really looks like spaghetti. So it's kind of like a little plant-based type of spaghetti noodles. And you can really pair it with so many dishes, and you can mix it into so many different things. The other thing, sometimes you can find it frozen as well, already done, but I like the fun of doing this. Okay. So what you do is you slice it in half, and then you have the center right here. Now, the inside of it really reminds me of a pumpkin, and because it has these seeds, and it kind of has these little a little bit of like a stringy feel to it. What you want to do is once you slice it open, the hardest part is slicing it in half, okay? Because it does have a hard shell.
Right.
And so what you want to do is be really careful, slice it in half, and peel out all the seeds, okay? And what we're going to do is we're going to take some of our Rouse's olive oil, which I have some in here, and just coat the inside of it with the Rouse's olive oil. Place it face down onto your baking sheet to bake.
Okay.
Throw out the seeds and the stringy part. Just throw that away.
Okay.
Then you're going to bake it for about 30 minutes. And what that's going to be is going to be basically like a broiled or roasted spaghetti squash. And it's going to come out beautiful like this. Now, once you have that, and what I like to use, because I find that it really helps, is one of those spaghetti kind of I don't know what you call this tool, Keith.
Yeah, a spaghetti tool.
A spaghetti tool.
Spaghetti tool.
So anyway, what you do is you just scrape that out, and look at this beautiful beautiful spaghetti squash that's in there, and it looks just like noodles in there.
Yes, it
So
does.
so you can absolutely use this as a bowl. You don't even have to dirty a dish, and you can use the shell as a bowl. You can make so many dishes with this, but what we're going to do is you scoop it out, and you're going to combine some different ingredients into a pan. So you're going to take this spaghetti squash into a pan, and you're going to cook that with some broccoli. I have some chicken in here, some cooked chicken, which you can use chicken out of the can is totally fine if you want to, or cook some grilled chicken.
Okay.
And then also you're going to add in some red pepper flakes, some garlic, a little bit of salt and pepper, and a little bit of chicken broth.
Okay.
Once you get that cooked and married together, then we're going to put this into the shell. So,
out of the shell and back into the shell.
Right. So let me take this one out so I can show you how it goes back into the shell. But what we're going to do, once we put it into the shell, we're going to top it with some cheese. We're also going to top it with some Greek yogurt. Why Greek yogurt? Greek yogurt is kind of like sour cream.
Right.
And it's a little bit of a higher protein version of the lower fat of sour cream. But look at this. You just stuff it right in there.
Wow.
And you're going to put this back into the oven on the broil. And what we're going to do is we're going to broil it until we melt the cheese.
Okay.
I forgot to tell you, the other thing I have in here is a little bit of cream cheese as well.
Okay. Kind of holds everything together?
Yes, it kind of holds everything together. And then I'm just going to put a little bit of my Greek yogurt on the top. And then I'm going to add some of my Rouse's. You can find lots and lots of Rouse's shredded cheeses. I have some cheddar, and I have some mozzarella. But let me show you how it turns out, Keith.
Okay.
After you broil it, and you have to watch it because it cooks pretty quickly.
Right.
But the cheese melts, and it just comes out to be such a delicious dish.
Oh, my goodness.
You want to scoop that right out and just start eating it immediately.
Yeah. And again, another one of those simple ideas where we just kind of cut it in half, open it up, take the insides out, and then just put that olive oil on it, turn it upside down, and just bake it for a little bit. And that's our starting point.
Correct. Yeah, so you're going to bake it, and really what you're doing is you're baking the insides of it. And then we're going to mix the ingredients together in a pan, put it back inside of the shell, and then we're going to broil it. And really, you could do that with any number of things. You could just, if you just wanted to make this, the cheese and vegetables without the chicken, or if you wanted to just have chicken and cheese, you could even make mac and cheese with the insides with the spaghetti squash. You could do different variations of it. But it's a really versatile ingredient. It has a great flavor. It blends with many, many flavors. It is also low in calories and low in carbs as well.
Well, it sounds like the perfect dish, and it's certainly beautiful as always. And once again, April, you don't have to work very hard to make us really hungry. And now we want to go out and make the spaghetti squash as well, stuffed with all of those great ingredients. We appreciate it very much.
Thank you so much, Keith.
All right. And that will do it for this particular edition of Eat Right with Rouse's. Don't go anywhere. A lot more local programming right here on HTV.
Here at Rouse's, we have our own brands of products which you'll find down every aisle of our stores. These are the best quality at the best price. They compare to the national brands we sell, but at a lower cost. Most are made right here, but we travel the world too. And we personally taste test and guarantee every item. So if our name's on the label, you can trust it's good. Rouse's brand, best quality at the best price.
Terrebonne Parish School District is now hiring bus drivers. A valid CDL is required. If you don't have a CDL, we will train you. You must be able to pass a medical health exam and a drug test. Salary range is $19,253 to $29,859. Benefits include free health insurance and retirement. Contact the TPSB Transportation Office at 985-876-7400.
At Big Wheels Travel Center, the fun and excitement are just around the corner in Bayou Blue. Big Wheels is open 24 hours a day and features 24-hour security, clean restrooms, and a wide selection of beer, soft drinks, and chips for all your needs. While you're there, visit the casino for daily cash prizes and drink specials 7 days a week. You'll get the feeling as if you're in a lush Vegas-style casino. Big Wheels also has one of the largest subways in the area. So stop by Big Wheels Travel Center, where everyone's a winner.
There are trucks, and then there's the GMC Sierra. Available with the connected driving experience. And the world's first 6-function multi-pro tailgate. GMC Sierra. It's the truck. Or get $3,500 purchase cash on select 2023 Sierra models. Or get a total of $6,000 purchase allowance when you trade in an eligible vehicle.
Led by a 7-member commission, the Terrebonne Port was created to assist our local industry in promoting economic development. We monitor government regulations that affect our local industry and work with the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers to secure maintenance dredging funds. Because the HNC is the main artery for the heartbeat of Terrebonne's economy, Terrebonne Port fights a constant battle for funding to maintain the federally authorized navigable depth. We are now leasing waterfront and non-waterfront property. Terrebonne Port Commission, serving our industry to keep Terrebonne thriving.
Waits and Downer. You or someone you know has lost the ability to earn a living because someone put the company interests before their well-being. In times like these, there's one firm who has handled hundreds of catastrophic and lost earning cases. Before you settle fast with a company's attorney, give Waits and Downer a call. 985-876-0870. Waits and Downer. Let us fight for your rights.
All right, this is show number 14 with Deuce Luke. The Deuce is loose, and we're going to work on the computer today. I'm going to ask Deuce some questions, and he's going to give a special shout-out during today's show. You won't want to miss it. It's all next. Show 14 of The Deuce is Loose. And welcome back. I'm Martin Falls, and joining me once again is the one, the only, Deuce Luke. This is The Deuce is Loose. Deuce, how are you today?
I'm doing great, sir. Boom.
How was your weekend?
My weekend was amazing, man. Thank you very much.
Did your mom and dad watch Raindrops Keep Falling on My Head?
I think they probably watched it a lot of times before they even did. In fact, Wednesday, whenever I was leaving, my dad sang it multiple times, thinking that was his assignment.
Okay. Good deal. All right, so we're going to do a little computer work today.
Of course.
We talked about that. What we're going to do, light mites, a little bit of everything?
Well, we're going to try it with Ungar first.
Okay, we're going to do that. Let me ask you a few questions first. Can I do that?
You could definitely do that.
All right, because I love when you do these impersonations, because I like to hit you cold with them, and you're pretty good off the cuff with them. So let me ask you, Luigi. You could do Luigi?
Oh, you mean Super Mario Bros. Luigi? I could definitely do him.
Let's do Luigi.
Oh, yeah. It's Luigi time. I'm going to help out with even pressure you guys for taking out King Boo.
All right. You got Luigi down.
Thank you.
Now, let me really challenge you. Australian. We've been doing, Russian, and we were doing all kind of different accents. You did Irish, I think.
Irish.
How about an Australian accent?
Oh, that's very good, mate. I am definitely possibly gonna win this thing.
All right. Very good.
Thank you.
You're getting good at all these. A lot of practice, huh?
Yeah, a lot of practice. It takes skill, talent, and just practice. You just
But you got to step up to the plate, and that's what you're doing. That's a good thing. All right. Can you do a Captain Jack Sparrow impersonation?
I believe the better question is, may I do a Captain Jack Sparrow impression? Because I am Captain Jack Sparrow himself.
Okay, all right. Let's go to the game. How about that?
That's perfect.
Let's pull that up. Let's test it on the screen. There we go. And so what did you come up with the game?
So basically, I was scrolling through my browser, and then I saw this trailer for the game. And this is whenever things are still getting new. And this game caught my eye, and this basically is a good game I can like.
Well, it really impresses me how far they've come with games. Me and your dad and your mom used to play probably Atari.
I don't believe that.
Pac-Man.
They were never gamers. They told me themselves.
Well, they might not ever play, to be honest, because I didn't play a lot. No. I had a lot of friends that played more video games than me, so they may be correct when they tell you that, because not everybody played. No. A lot of people were playing foosball and pool. I didn't play too much of that either. I was outside practicing my punting, my passing, and my kicking and baseball. I was an outdoor person. Your dad was probably outdoor a lot too.
He was actually, and so was my mom.
Yeah, well, I know your mom was. She was doing all kind of things, training dogs, doing all kind of different things. But she was quite the sports fanatic. But Jay liked to fish too.
Yes, he did.
He loved to fish. All right, so on the levels on guard, do they get harder as you go on?
That's correct. Each level which you go on, there are 4 levels, so each one will get continuously hard as you go along.
Mm-hmm.
One's kind of easy. Level 2, you could possibly make it out with a few respawns.
Mm-hmm.
Level 3 is going to get more challenging. But level 4, that's the final boss.
Where are you right now?
Well, I'm still doing level 4, but it's very challenging to do it, and I kind of need to respond a lot of times.
So you're fighting through 4?
Yes.
Oh, I tell you, I'd have trouble with 1. I guarantee you. Because does it help that you have a lot of computer knowledge that it makes it easier for you to get from 1 to 2 to 3 now to 4?
That's correct, sir.
All right. So computer skills help.
Computer skills always help. In fact, each level that you kind of examine and you go along, you kind of get a sense of what's going to happen.
All right. Show us some more on there. I want to let the audience.
Okay. So my character she's acrobatic, like so. Boom, boom, leap, and fly onto the air like so. And we kind of got stuck on this the last time. So, right here is like a little combat level. So we go through this, and sweep right here, jump down, and we made it. Ta-da!
Well, wait, how do you, so what's the game about? You have to work your controls can you fall if you do the wrong thing?
No.
Okay.
I mean, whenever you fall in the water, you can just start back where you came from.
Yeah, but so what makes it hard? You have to
learn your environment.
All right. Okay.
The environment is key to everything. You also have to learn your timing on blocking and basically learn your enemy's weaknesses.
Oh, that comes in handy because like you've just applied to go to ULL. So one of the key things for you would be to learn your environment.
That's correct.
Just like you have to learn everywhere you go. You had to learn the environment over here for a little while.
That's right. You got it.
There you go. All right. So, before we do that, you got any imitations of me? I know you imitate everybody else. I'm curious.
I think you can probably do so.
Right.
In fact, I feel like you can probably say that I'm pretty good at you. Don't you think?
Oh, I talk with my hands a lot.
Yeah, I mean, you talk with your hands a lot, and so I have to try to make a good impression of you.
All right. I have been accused of that. I do that all the time. I'm talking with my hands.
Well,
hands are...
It's a good way to gesturize.
Yeah, right. It's a good way to make your point. All right. So do games have boss battles you have to face as a challenge?
That's correct. They are challenges to get you on to the next level. They're like little mini challenges before you get to the final boss. Like, yeah, if you're like in Skylanders, you have to defeat 3 evil versions of your own Skylanders in order to get past the level, or in this case, get to the goal on time.
Okay, cool deal.
And this game also has bosses as well. Like
we're going to get to that in round 2. On segment 2, I'm going to let you take me a little more in the game because I'm curious and I want to see, because there's a lot of action in that game. So what we're going to do, we're going to take a short break and we're going to come back. Segment 2, show 14, the deuce is loose. And I thank everyone who's been watching the program. I see people at fairs when our band, the Cane Breakers, are playing. They come up and say, we're watching Deuce, because a lot of people have autism in their family and they want to learn. So different levels, different spectrums, but we will continue to weed through it all, and it's educating me at the same time. We'll be right back.
Structural heart disease refers to a defect in the heart's valves, walls, or chambers that keeps the heart from pumping blood properly. Valve or structural heart problems may be present at birth or develop over time. Your risk increases if you have high blood pressure, plaque buildup, history of heart attack, take certain medications, or have certain heart infections. The Structural Heart Program at CIS and Terrebonne General provides innovative solutions and devices with the latest technology to bring the best possible outcomes for patients. Learn more at cardio.com.
At South Louisiana Bank, we're great at banking, but we're great at a lot of other stuff too.
Is that a new rod and reel?
Hey, a girl's got a fish.
We care about the community we live in and the people we serve. We're not just like you. We are you.
Are you boiling crawfish?
No, just letting them soak.
We're proud to be here and work for the place and the people we love. South Louisiana Bank. It's in the name.
Hi, I'm Martin False, the owner of HTV, and I just wanted to thank my team because each and every day we come in not always looking for the negative stories. We look for the positive stories. We have so many positive people and events that shape our area. So when you're tired of all the bad things happening in the world, tune into HTV for a little positive attitude. Thanks for viewing, and thanks to a great staff.
Welcome to the Cypress Stop, your new Phillips 66 on the corner of 311 and Savan Road. We have all your breakfast, lunch, and dinner needs with smoked ribs, smoked chicken, boudin, homemade pulled pork, and daily plate lunches. We have a very large selection of white wines, red wines, liquors, beer, tobacco, and vapes. Going fishing? We have your bait and tackle and the ice to keep your catch cool. Cypress Stop, home of the happy customer.
Weights and Downer. You or someone you know has lost the ability to earn a living because someone put the company interests before their well-being. In times like these, there's one firm who has handled hundreds of catastrophic and lost earning cases. Before you settle fast with a company's attorney, give Weights and Downer a call. 985-876-0870. Weights and Downer. Let us fight for your rights.
All right, we're back with Deuce Luke. This is segment 2 of show 14. And I want to learn a little bit more about the game on your computer you have in front of you. Take me through it and take your time and show me different levels, and just let's show the audience what you work on every day.
Okay. So right now we're on level 2. And right now we're on face up because it's Blackie well, basically he wasn't ready for this. So he's down for the count. He's not dead, he's just, knocked out. The sword isn't very sharp, so just knocks him out. So what we gotta do is pull his lever, do some parkour, and make it through. This is one of the stages of the game. You just gotta solve different puzzles and different parkour challenges. So all you have to do is get this lantern so we can then blow up a wall. And this is the Count Duke's basically prison, or should I say dungeon. So all we have to do is help out Adalia to help out her country. I make my way over here. And you can see there's a gate right there. And what's good with the gate like this? Blowing up. Like so. Boom. And there are some enemies nearby. So here we go. This is called the Granada. Basically she does explosive attacks.
Okay.
She throws explosives in our way.
So she has an explosive pack and she could blow the place up.
That's right. In fact, that's her job for Count Duke. And we kind of got one of the guards on his feet.
So he knows how to sword fight. He knows a little jiu-jitsu. He knows a little bit of everything.
I wouldn't say jiu-jitsu. It's a different fighting style.
Okay.
But we can knock him out like so. On that arsenal on his back. Get it?
I get it.
And what goes well with explosives? Fire. 3, 2, 1, and then she gets knocked out.
So you have to put all these things together. Where's the challenge for you?
The challenge for me is by using my environment.
Okay.
The environment is key to everything. So what you need to do whenever you come up with a situation is use your environment. Like, for example, that little arsenal right there. I can be used to knock out opponents. The fire, those little lanterns.
You choose what you use.
That's right.
Okay, so if somebody else is playing the game, it might be totally different than what you're playing.
Correct, sir.
Wow. So imagination comes into play.
Imagination.
All right, let's go back. I'm still interested. You got me hooked now.
Thanks. But also, there are some limitations to this.
Okay, what are they?
Well, you can't really block every move. Like the red slash attacks, those are best keep unblocked, so you have to parry.
Okay.
Like I did with these guys.
Okay, all right.
So we're gonna skip this, as we don't waste any more time. Use that.
That's all right. Yeah, I'm into it now. There's a lot of action. You know what this reminds me of? Indiana Jones.
That's right. This is Indiana Jones in a way. Oh.
I used to love to watch Indiana Jones.
I know, right? It was a very good series.
I bet your daddy watched that.
Well, he watched it with me now, so.
Yeah, but I mean, I think he's probably into that.
He is. We just got into it, actually. So we're gonna try to.
Hey, did you like pirate movies too?
Pirate movies, yes, I do.
Did you watch The Goonies?
I never did watch The Goonies.
Watch The Goonies. You're gonna laugh.
I probably will.
Goonies is fun. Look at the action in there.
I know, right? It's very good knockouts. They're very good comedy as well. Almost out. But don't worry, my self-regeneration pack is here. And like that, parry. And we got two more. We got 2 more of these guys. But then reinforcements are gonna come in. And like that, my health is premature. Like that.
So, Deuce, you know what you would be good at as we watch this?
What's that?
Animation.
I've been wanting to get into that.
Yeah. You'd be good at animation because we have a lot of animation that we use, and Dwayne uses animation on the commercials, and I know Aaron and Jason have animation on their computers. But back when we started in the first days of HTV, first years, animation was hard to get.
I know.
Animation was, you had to get this big elaborate computer, and you had to wait for days for, like, if we made an HTV logo and it moved and it exploded into stars, we had to wait hours, sometimes 2 or 3 days for it to render.
But now we have AI.
Yep.
It's not really one of my favorite things, to be honest.
Yeah.
But it does come with some benefits.
Well, AI sort of does the work for you, doesn't it?
Yeah, but it just never shows that gratitude of completion.
Right. So AI can't show the heart.
No. It's a computer's work. It's not really your work.
Right. So some people that maybe have a paper to do for school and they go to AI, that's not good.
No, it's just cheating.
Yeah, that's not good at all.
No.
So there we go. All right, so let's go back. That was pretty good stuff we just looked at.
Okay.
So Let's go to a few more. Let's do some life questions. We'll start it off in this segment. All right. So, tell the audience when you finished high school.
Well, that was in 2002 and May, somewhere in May.
Yeah.
And it was one of the best days of my life, to be honest.
You made it, huh?
I made it out of there. Arm crawl, basically.
So you were happy. You got your diploma?
Finally did.
The bishop gave it to you?
Yes, but however, the diploma didn't really came in the mail. So
Oh, you had COVID.
No, it wasn't COVID.
What was it?
It was basically they didn't want to give me it.
I got you. Okay. So you got it in the mail. But you still got it.
I still got it.
All right. Good deal. All right. So did you want to be a YouTuber at one point in your life?
Yeah, but unfortunately, the reason why I quit is because, well, it's going to take a lot of time and effort out of me. And I wasn't able to edit yet. So I'm just going to be sticking with this. And also, the good news is there will be something else coming in the future.
Yeah, there you go. That's a good deal. All right, let's take a break. We're going to come back, segment 3, with Deuce Luke. The deuce is loose. Don't go away.
Selecting an insurance provider for your business is a big decision.
With over 26 years of experience, our Offered team is your solution for quality and proven coverage.
The customer service you remember from years ago is what we pride our team on.
We know how important your company is to the community.
From small businesses to large businesses, Alford & Associates can manage your insurance. It's our job.
Alford & Associates, benefiting your employees and protecting your business.
Here at Rouse's, we have our own brands of products which you'll find down every aisle of our stores. These are the best quality at the best price. They compare to the national brands we sell, but at a lower cost. Most are made right here, but we travel the world too. And we personally taste test and guarantee every item. So if our name's on the label, you can trust it's good. Rouse's brand, best quality at the best price.
Barker Honda. It's better at Barker. New Accord. Sleeker style, more performance. All new, bigger HRV. It's hot. All new Pilot. Honda's most rugged SUV ever. Civic, CRV, Passport, Odyssey. And with every new Honda purchase, the Honda Service Pass provides 2 years, 24,000 miles prepaid maintenance. Barker Honda in Homa. It's better at Barker.
Terrebonne General Health System is the largest healthcare resource in Southeast Louisiana, offering a high-tech and high-touch style of healing.